Okay, we good to go?
We're
Lovely.
Yes, we are.
Thank you very much. Right, good evening, members, and thank you for joining me this evening. And my apologies for the slight delay in starting. I was having problems joining the meeting. Okay, so thank you for your attendance this evening. I am sure you are all now aware that it was with great sadness that we heard of the death of Councillor Marilyn Greenwood on the 3rd of February following surgery to replace a worn-out heart valve on Friday the 31st of January. She had appeared to come through the operation well, but when nursing staff were unable to wake her on Sunday afternoon, doctors discovered a large blood clot which was stopping the flow of blood to her brain stem, and she passed away in the early hours of Monday morning last. I invited Marilyn's husband, Ed Greenwood, to join us this evening for the start of the meeting, and I'm very pleased to welcome him as we pay tribute to a very much respected friend and colleague. I would now like to invite Reverend Hilary Barber to begin our tributes with a prayer. Hilary.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome to everyone, and particularly to Edward, and I hope his daughter Alex too. So what we're going to do is I'm going to very shortly light a candle and say some opening prayers, and then there'll be tributes from different councillors, and then I will conclude this bit with some further prayers before formal council gets going. So it is with great sadness that we remember Marilyn today, but we also remember all those who've died in Calderdale from COVID, 281 of them so far. And when somebody dies, we're also reminded of all those people in our own lives whom we still love but see no longer. And it feels appropriate to remember Lord David Shutt, and our condolences to the Lib Dem group on the loss of two outstanding members. I'm now going to light a candle, and I'm going to hold it so that you can see it. We look not to the things that are seen, but to the things that are unseen. For the things that are seen are transient, but the things that are unseen are eternal. We come together to remember our sister Marilyn, to give thanks for her life, and to comfort one another in our grief. Father in heaven, we praise your name for all who finished this life, for the example of their lives, for the life and grace you gave them, and the peace in which they rest. We praise you today for your servant Marilyn, for all that you did through her. Meet us in our sadness and fill our hearts with praise and thanksgiving for the sake of our risen Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. And now I'm going to hand back to you, Madam Mayor, for the tributes to begin.
Thank you, Hilary. I was truly saddened to hear of Councillor Greenwood's passing. She was elected at the same time as me, and it was a real pleasure to get to know her over the last 7 years. Her dedication to her work as a councillor was obvious, and she worked extremely hard to ensure that she represented her constituents to the absolute best of her ability. Being a councillor was not about party politics for Marilyn. She was a councillor for her community first and foremost. Politics was very much secondary. Having said that, she led a very vocal campaign about the local plan and its effects on her ward of Greetland and Stayland, and garnered a great deal of support, and indeed effected some significant changes to the proposals. Marilyn was a passionate campaigner, and her most recent work was on children's dental health. She was horrified but the numbers of children needing tooth extractions and serious dental work at a very young age. And thanks to her efforts, Calderdale is now due to be part of a children's dentistry pilot, where dentists will go into schools and educate children and their families about preventative care. I hope that this pilot, when it is able to run, will make a huge difference to the dental health of children locally and eventually nationally. Marilyn was nothing if not determined, and when she proposed an exhibition of poppies in the town hall for the 100-year anniversary of the armistice, it was clear that it would be a success. She worked very closely with Councillor Carter, and the exhibition brought together schools and voluntary groups and organisations from all over Calderdale with truly stunning exhibits, including hundreds of knitted and crocheted poppies hung on fabric from the gallery railings. If you missed the exhibition at the time, there is a video on YouTube, which I would urge you to view. It truly is a testament to Marilyn's and Geraldine's hard work and fortitude. When I was nominated for the mayoralty, I knew I would need the help of a phenomenal group for my fundraising committee. And I knew Marilyn would be a hugely valuable addition to my team. And indeed she was, going above and beyond the call of duty to dress up as the most glamorous Mother Christmas Halifax Town Hall has ever seen for my Christmas fair. She was part of my team, and I am very sad that COVID meant that many of the events we had planned have had to be cancelled. She was also a quiz writer extraordinaire, with dingbats a particular speciality. And I am now much better at them than I ever was before. Finally, Marilyn and I shared a love of singing, and when Calderdale Choir was formed a few years ago, we both took great delight in joining and singing with them. All a cappella, off to my heart, although Marilyn did provide very subtle black cards with the words for longer songs if we needed them. I don't know what we will do now. We will all miss her hugely. We are now able to hear Marilyn and the Calderdale Choir singing I Wish I Knew at a local event at Queen's Road Neighbourhood Centre recorded at the start of last year. Marilyn's family have agreed that a slideshow of some of their favourite photos will be shown during the song, and we will follow this with a minute's silence. Thank you.
I
Thank you all very much. I would like now to invite short tributes to Councillor Greenwood, beginning with group leaders and starting with Councillor Swift, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You've covered so much of what all of us would want to say, really. We had a brief minute's silence and tribute for Marilyn at Cabinet on Monday, and I mentioned then her commitment and the way she threw herself heart and soul into things, and you've given us some great examples, and there was some more in those photos of that. She will leave a huge gap in the council, in the community, and of course, most of all for her friends and her family. Marilyn as you mentioned, had a really strong interest, particularly in issues around health and care, and served variously on the relevant scrutiny panel and also for a time on the Health and Wellbeing Board. And I've also had tributes paid to her for a contribution to that from colleagues, particularly from the Clinical Commissioning Group, who always valued her contribution and challenge on those. Marilyn also, of course, is one of those members who made friends with people regardless of party. Her and my wife Megan had regular contact, including just a few days in the run-up to Marilyn going into hospital. And I know we're hoping to be looking forward to getting together once the lockdown lifted for a coffee or possibly something a little stronger. I think Gin Lane may have been mentioned in that. She will leave an enormous gap, and I do place on record in particular our deepest sympathies to Ed and his family on their loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's such a shock for all of our group to lose a member who is so close to us. As a small group, we do become like a bit of a family to each other, and it's just such a kind of shock. And I know how hard it is, especially for ward colleagues and family members who are really grieving her loss at the moment. As others have said, Marilyn was first and foremost a community politician. That's where her passions lied, in representing her ward and her community. Party politics was just something that you had to do to be a community politician for Marilyn. And she was an absolutely diligent, politician in terms of representing her constituents. I never once had a single complaint about her not following up casework. She would get back to everyone, respond to every email and follow up things. When I came to be, she came up for re-election, and normally you act as someone's agent. You say, okay, well, what have you done then? But we can put on your leaflet. And there was no shortage of things to fill Marilyn's, materials of all the stuff she'd done in her ward, whether it was standing up for the residents who'd been cut off by the bridge and trying to get their access back, whether it was kind of campaigning for more independent living, dentistry issues, setting up a neighbourhood plan group. And anyone who's been through that knows how much work that is. And like in campaigning on the local plan, if you look like how many comments her and Ed went through on individual sites and the detail with which she went through that, it really was the diligence with which she approached her role. She took it seriously. She was a diligent, hardworking councillor. And as a group, she did so much for us behind the scenes as well, in terms of friendship with her other ward colleagues and emotional support for them. And I know she'll be deeply missed on that. And what you won't see is before every council meeting, how Marilyn would go around her group, trying to make sure we're properly dressed, tucking in our collars, making sure our ties are straight. And she was always just so fabulously dressed. And our group will the average quality of our sartorial elegance will be decreased with the loss of Marilyn. And it's just such a shame to lose her. We all thought, she got over operation, and we thought we'd be welcome her back. She was saying she was going to be on the scrutiny panel the week after her operation, and that to me just shows like how dedicated she was as a councillor. So I'm sure I speak for all of us when I offer my condolences to her family, who are going through such a difficult time at the moment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. Councillor Lee, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marilyn is indeed a sad loss to this entire council. She was a well-liked, well-spoken and very well-mannered lady. She was the chair of our new all-party group on dentistry services in Calderdale rather, with me and Councillor Barnes, and was inspiring as the leader of that group, but I must say a hard taskmaster as well. And that group has already had some success, and any further success of dental services in Calderdale will be due to Marilyn's tremendous efforts in that regard. She was a very determined and excellent councillor who will be greatly missed. All the Conservative group on this council join with me now in offering our condolences and sympathy to Ed and her family at this very difficult time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. I'd now like to invite the Chief Executive, Robin Tuddenham, to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The aspiration for Calderdale is to live a larger life. And I think I can speak on behalf of all staff in the council and also from the CCG. And the chair of the CCG asked me to also speak on behalf of the CCG tonight. Councillor Greenwood did live a large, full, active, vibrant life, and as has been said by others, was a real exemplar of a public servant in her community, in her ward, who not only was a campaigner, but got on with stuff. And the things that I will remember is, as COVID hit us, Councillor Greenwood got on with stuff, began to organise, began to act, work with local communities, with those that were shielded, and would send me messages about the kind of things that she was doing and getting stuff done. As Councillor Baker said, Councillor Greenwood was an exemplar of community leadership, but also a doer. And she really liked to make a difference, and also made such a difference in the health and care scrutiny panel, and really was a champion for the health and well-being of our communities. The other memory I'll have is her kind of commitment to social justice, to tackling oppression, and the book that she wrote about her own family life was so powerful. And to hear her speak about that, the way she brought her understanding of those issues through her own lived experience in such an articulate and powerful way was something that I'm left with. And Councillor Greenwood was not just a member of the Calderdale Choir. She was such a voice, such a person that gave presence, energy and vibrancy to the choir, and all of the choir will miss her so much. So I think I'd just like to end by saying that Councillor Greenwood led a wonderful life. Thoughts and sympathy from all of the workforce of the council and the CCG go to Ed and family. It was a wonderful life, and we will always remember her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. Okay, I know there's been a few requests to speak, so I'll go to Councillor Carter first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I normally don't have much problem speaking in this council chamber, but this is definitely an occasion that is difficult. Marilyn and I first worked together when she came on the council very early in 2014, because we sat together on the People's Commission. So not only has she had a big impact on the work that you've just recently been doing on dentistry, but she had a great impact in that People's Commission report, and the findings from that and things that happened from there have also made a difference to people's lives in Calderdale. But as you can well imagine, when we worked together on the Poppy exhibition, you know, we both were very quiet individuals. Yeah, Hilary, you can laugh. Because I guess two volatile women who of the same age, we're only 6 months apart, 7 months apart, with very strong views. We didn't always see eye to eye. But at the end, we got on and we produced something that I think was a fantastic tribute to both the people of Calderdale and to Calderdale itself. Unfortunately, COVID has really scuppered us because we were going to do another exhibition, this time on Yorkshire Day 2020, to celebrate Yorkshire Day and Yorkshire for Calderdale people and what Yorkshire means to them. Let's hope maybe that we can do it in the future in memory of Marilyn. Thank you, Madam Mayor. But can I just also add my sincere condolences to Ed and Alex and the family.
Thank you, Geraldine. Thank you. That was very, very moving. Next, I think we have Councillor Bellinger, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marilyn, crikey, where do I start? A close friend, a close colleague. Marilyn and Ed became to me my surrogate mum and dad because they were always there. Marilyn was always there for me if I were having a bad time. I've had some, and she's been there as a shoulder to cry on. And she was a great drinking partner, absolutely amazing. We had some right times together, some really good laughs together, but we also worked well together. Marilyn was extremely passionate about what she did. And what I liked about Marilyn is we had differences of opinions at times, but we worked on them and we came out with the best solution for whatever the issue was, or for whatever the reason was, or whatever the constituent was. We always came through it. We had some, ding-dongs at times, and that's what happens when you work closely with somebody and you do have differences of opinions. But with me and Marilyn, we could always work through them, and 2 minutes later we'd go for a drink and put the world to rights. And she was an amazing woman, absolutely amazing woman. I'll never forget her, never forget her. And I've said to Ed, I'm there for him and his family, but we'll always remember her for her tenacity to get things done, for fighting for what she believed was right, what she knew was right. And she would fight. She was like a dog with a bone. She would not give in until she got her way, wouldn't Marilyn? So, but yeah, I've lost not just a colleague, not just a dear friend, but someone who I classed as my mum at times. So rest in peace, Marilyn. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bellinger. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pay my big tribute to Marilyn and respect to the rest of her family as well. Last week, there was an empty chair at the table of the adults. Her contributions will be missed. She was an extremely valuable member of the panel. Just absolutely amazing person, wonderful personality. Words don't do it justice, basically, but what a wonderful tribute this evening. I'd like to share a really happy memory with you all. And that was actually when she asked whether we could entertain her mum, who was 90, when I was the mayor. So we had a really nice gathering all together, and that'll still be in my heart for a long time to come. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Really happy, special day for the family. It was really nice to reflect on the happy times as well as the sad times. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. I haven't seen anybody else indicating that they wish to speak. Ed, dear Ed, please do.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I wish to say thank you to all the council staff for the emails, the telephone calls, and all the help that they have given me in this distressing time. And also to all the fellow members that Marilyn knew. You have been great. May I say just one big thank you to a gentleman who I've only known for 1 week. This gentleman was a rock. Thank you very much, Canon Hillary. Thank you very much. Bye all.
Thank you, Ed, and our thoughts and prayers are with you constantly at this time. Hillary, if we can go to you for your closing prayer, now, and we will then progress with the meeting as scheduled on the order papers. Thank you, Hilary.
God of mercy, Lord of life, you've made us in your image to reflect your truth and light. We give you thanks for Marilyn, for the grace and mercy she received from you, for all that was good in her life, for the memories we treasure today. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Your mighty power brings joy out of grief and life out of death. Look in mercy on Ed and Alex and all who mourn. Give them patient faith in times of darkness. Strengthen them with the knowledge of your love. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. You are tender towards your children, and your mercy is over all your works. Heal the memories of hurt and failure, and give us the wisdom and grace to use aright the time that's left to us here on earth in the way that leads to everlasting life. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. God be in my head and in my understanding. God be in my eyes and in my looking. God be in my mouth and in my speaking. God be in my heart and in my thinking. God be at my end and my departing. And now may God give all of you here this evening his comfort and his peace, his light and his joy in this world and the next. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and all whom you love and care for, this day and always. Amen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Hilary. That's much appreciated. And thank you all for your contributions to a very moving tribute to our friend and colleague, Marilyn Greenwood. We will all miss her very, very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, so on to the main business of the evening now. So thank you for joining us this evening. Minutes of the council held on 25th of November to be agreed as a correct record. Do we have a proposer, please? Thank you, Councillor Swift. And a seconder? I can't see everybody, so.
Right. Councillor Scullion,
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, if you're going to propose in a second, please shout, because I can't see everybody at the same time and it just makes me look confused. Thank you. Any comments, members? Lovely. That's noted then, and those are accepted. Thank you. I must remind you all of the need to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests or other interests that you might have in relation to the items included in the summons. You can either declare them now or at the time they become evident. Item 3, to receive the Mayor's or Chief Executive's announcements, if any. I have none. Robin, you have none either.
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 4, to receive petitions, if any, presented by members of the council. Do we have any new petitions? I know we're going to discuss the petition received at the last council in a moment. No new petitions, that's good. Thank you very much, members. Okay, so next is item 4A, to consider the petition received at the council on 25th of November 2020 on waste services enclosed. It says on my order papers. If who is wishing to pick up on this one? Is it Councillor Baker?
It was Councillor Bellinger's petition,
It's Councillor
Madam Mayor,
Bellinger.
who submitted it. So I would like to speak on it after that, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember whose petition it was. I beg your pardon. Councillor Bellinger, please do introduce your petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've got down on my notes here that it was Ashley who was going to speak on this, but yeah, I will speak. Obviously, the petition was in relation to the suggested cuts within the last budget proposal, and those cuts were to the recycling. The movement from moving from a 2-week to a 3-week collection, and the removal of the 4-wheel drive collection as well. So with this petition, I think we've raised over 3,000 signatures on this, which has obviously brought it to full council. But apparently, those cuts have been taken out of the report, the budget report. But what I would like to ask this evening is that the leader of the council actually is prepared to make a written pledge that these budget cuts will not reappear later on down the line after elections or some other times. So that's what I'd like to ask this evening from the leader of the council.
Thank you, Councillor Bellinger. Okay, so we can now move on to the discussion on the petition. Is there anybody that would like to speak? Seeing Councillor Lynn, I saw your hand first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for bringing the petition forward. I think, as Councillor Bellinger has already acknowledged, what happened in the autumn was that we brought forward, in view of the difficult financial situation and the pressures that the council was facing, we brought forward a number of possible options which we might have to reluctantly consider because of the reduction in central government grant, which has gone on really for the best part of a decade now. So all that happened was that we discussed the savings options under the Future Council Delivery Plan at meetings held in October and November. And the November paper recommended that officers continue a bit of a dialogue with Suez, our contractors, but it was always clear that any final decision around the changes to the service would be taken as part of the budget consultation process. And of course, we will be moving to discuss our full budget proposals on the 22nd of this month. So the outcome of this and the outcome of discussions with Suez and consideration uppermost on as to what would cause the least inconvenience to our residents has resulted that as part of the budget proposals, which will be discussed on the 22nd, we are proposing to introduce rota closures of our household waste recycling centres on 2 days of the week, the least busy 2 days of the week for each of our 5 centres. And what that will result in fact, is that it will generate in a full year savings of £134,000. We believe that this will make a contribution to our basis for the budget going forward. However, I think it's also important to note that Calderdale continues to have the best provision, if you like, of household waste recycling centres in West Yorkshire. Just to give you some figures, we have one site for every 42,000 residents. And comparative figures for other local authorities in West Yorkshire are that Bradford has one site for every 67,000 residents, and Kirklees one for every 88,000 residents, and Leeds one for every 90,000 residents, and Wakefield one for every 115,000 residents. In other words, probably only 2. So we will still have 5 household waste recycling centres. And the proposals will be as to which days they will be shutting will be taken following the outcome of the budget discussions. So I hope, thank people for bringing forward the petition, and I thank those people who took sufficient interest, members of the public who took sufficient interest to sign it. But I think it's really important that people understand that what we were trying to do, as we have always done as a Labour-run authority, is to try to be as open and transparent with people as we could be. And for that reason, we wanted to give, if you like, a menu of savings which we might have to make. So we hope that we've done the best that we could in a way which will actually achieve savings, but which will also minimise the disturbance to our local residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lynn. Councillor Baker, you wish to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, this is a very sizable petition. It ended up over 3,000 people, and there's some more paper forms that got sent back before the additional more recent lockdown as well. And I think what it really does is show how much people value those what you might call like the bread and butter frontline services that are universal and everyone sees. And that there's something around the importance of people feeling like they get good value for their council tax, and feeling that they've got a good essential service that affects everyone. And I know the council, with the cuts it's had to make due to the continued government reductions in funding, has to make very difficult situations, and we are often faced with difficult choices between what we do in social care and the most vulnerable and the universal services. All I'd say on this, that there is something around maintaining the social contract of local government with people, where that they feel they are happy to support others in need, so long as they see that the services that they feel they're paying for, the potholes, the bins collected, are met and needed. And so I just want to kind of make that point about how important that is. Now, what Councillor Benninger has asked for is some kind of statement of intent, ideally in writing, or a commitment that you will do whatever is possible not to revisit this cut. And the reason he's saying this is because actually a lot of the cuts that were made this year came outside of a normal budget process. They were done halfway through the year via cabinet papers, and my understanding was that was because of the COVID situation, the difficulties with funding there. It wasn't something you desired, but something you felt you had to do. So hopefully now, as we get things go back to normal budget thing, where we do yearly budgets and we know what cuts they're going to be, and we have proper consultations around them, that you are able to say that you've recognised the strength of public feeling around this particular issue, and it is something you will do everything you can to try and protect. So that's what we're really asking for this evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Councillor Press.
Yeah, I just wanted to as the previous portfolio holder for this, I just wanted to support what Councillor Lynn has just said, really, and I'm sure all our colleagues do understand that these have been exceptional times, and that the service has been under unprecedented pressure, and it's a good outcome that we've got here. But it absolutely is the case that there was never any hard and fast one outcome. The only outcome we were looking at was the best one we could get for people in Calderdale on the resources which we had, and I'm glad it would seem that we've managed to do that. But I would also say that you have to trust the administration on this, and I'm not sure that making that kind of demand is the way forward to go. I mean, I think it would be more constructive to have an ongoing dialogue with the cabinet, an ongoing dialogue with the leadership, and let's take this forward and do the best we can with resources which, as you know, are incredibly stretched. You also know that 70% of our budget goes on social care. The amount of money we have for potholes and waste and recycling is actually very small. So I just wanted to support the statement from Councillor Lynn and say I'm glad that there's been a good outcome on this, and I hope people also recognise the work which officers have done to avoid the other kind of outcome which people clearly didn't want.
Thank you, Councillor Press. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this item? I'm not seeing anybody, so I'll go to Councillor Swift to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Lynn covered quite a lot of the points that I would want to make on this. I think 2 or 3 observations. I think the wording of the petition was disappointing in that it clearly implied that all of these cuts were going to happen, when I think it's fairly obvious that these were a number of options that were being consulted on. But I guess that's campaigning, really. And I was disappointed particularly that once again we seem to be making excuses for people fly tipping rather than recognising that it's a criminal offence. Nonetheless, of course, we absolutely recognise how important the recycling service is. That's why, as Councillor Lynn has said, we haven't gone ahead with most of these proposals, only really a very modest change to the household waste centres, where again, as Jenny points out, the provision is very high. And I would remind people actually just how substantial the waste service and recycling collection service is in Calderdale, and I think that reflects the importance we place on it. You know, let's remember we have a weekly food and recycling collection. We actually increased a few years ago the recycling collections from fortnightly to weekly, as well as the fortnightly bin collection and the special targeted collections for the more rural areas. We also, I think you'll find, if you compare us with in practice with other authorities, are also more generous, particularly in allowing people where it's convenient to stick with to stick with bin bags where wheelie bins didn't work. And I suspect if you compare that with other authorities, again, you would find we've been, generally more flexible and helpful about that. Clearly, there are ways in which the service could still be improved. I think Councillor Lynn may touch on those in the debate later on in the agenda. In terms of the future, I think I'll say things. I think if you read the budget document, it's all very clear in saying that going forward, we're interested in the short term at looking about what can be done to make the service more effective, and in particular to increase the levels of recycling. The waste service is on a contract which expires in 2024. Negotiating any changes above the most minor is both complicated and costly, and I suspect we are much more likely to start to look at what the shape of the contract should be post 2024. Councillor Baker knows very well that in the current financial position, giving an absolute promise about anything would be very difficult. I hope we get a financial settlement that means we can continue to provide the services that people take for granted and expect from their council, such as services like this, as well as continuing to provide excellent social care services. And that will certainly be our priority. But it would be misleading to give an absolute guarantee when we don't have a clue what the financial settlement for the future would be. But I would say, given what I said about the contract as well, these would be pretty low down the list of things we would be likely to revisit. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift, for that summing up. Okay, I'm sure we will, in fact, I know we will return to waste and recycling later in the agenda. So next, we go to item 5, and that's to answer questions asked by members of the public under Council Procedure Rule 12. We have had one question from Matthew Doyle. Mr. Hughes, if I could trouble you to read that out, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Mr. Doyle asks, collection of waste has become a problem for people locally. We all understand times are hard with COVID and the adverse weather winter brings, but some streets continue to be left behind, such as Heather Bank, which in the past has seen weeks of no collections. What contingency plans are the council putting in place to make sure streets never experience this amount of buildup of waste again? That's a question to Councillor Lynn.
Thank you, Mr Hughes. Councillor Lynn, if you would like to respond. Councillor Lynn, you're still muted. That's better.
Is that all right? I'm so sorry. I do apologise.
No problem.
Madam Mayor. Calderdale Council and Suez have established contingency plans in place for when collections are disrupted, including the use of spare vehicles and weekend working to try and catch up. We have also recently brought in extra capacity in the form of 2 new vehicles to assist specifically with recycling. We aim to ensure that households are not affected by successive missed collections, as they're always prioritised for the next scheduled visit. But the problem is that we cannot control the days in which the weather intervenes, and it can be on the same day in consecutive weeks. And I think that's really what happened, because we had a couple of weeks successively when Thursday, Friday and Saturday were particularly badly affected by snow. Moreover, with 141,000 collections a week, i.e. nearly 30,000 every day, catching up isn't easy if the disruption lasts for some time. Each hour that the crews are delayed from leaving the depot due to adverse weather, and that has taken place, means that up to 5,000 household collections may need to be caught up. In essence, if we experience prolonged periods of inclement weather, we can end up chasing our tails, as we simply cannot financially or logistically bring in sufficient extra resources to catch up, whilst also continuing to make the planned collections to schedule. And of course, this situation is something that is not unique to Calderdale. In these circumstances, we have got ways to ensure that residents are updated, including email reminders to those who are signed up on our system. And for anybody watching who isn't yet signed up to alerts on our system, I really would encourage you to do so. Information on the council website and responses to those who ring in to the contact centre, and we also have regular social media posts. An additional complication that it's important to say is that the COVID pandemic has resulted in many more people being at home during the week for various reasons, and this inevitably can result in access issues for the crews due to the numbers of parked cars on residential streets, which in turn can lead to delayed or missed collections. And while we repeatedly implore residents to play their part in parking considerately in order to ensure that access is available to our crews, I have to be honest with you and say that I'm afraid, as often seems to be the case, not everyone complies, and it only takes one vehicle parked inconsiderately to affect the collections to many neighbouring households. And I've certainly got pictures that I could show members about that. And the safety of both the crews and members of the public is always of paramount importance. And drivers have to make decisions on street accessibility, whether due to weather conditions, ice and snow, or badly parked vehicles at the time that the collection round is being done. So whilst, of course, we do understand the frustration and the inconvenience that people feel when delays and disruptions occur, the sheer volume of collections and the factors that are sometimes beyond our control, like the weather, mean that we're not always able to deliver to the high standards that local residents expect and deserve. But I hope that the questioner will be assured that we are constantly working with Suez to provide the best possible service that resources and logistics permit. And this includes continually revisiting and refining our business continuity arrangements. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lynn. Okay, so on to item 6 then, recommendations of Cabinet. To consider the recommendations of Cabinet on the following matters. 6A, proposed supplementary planning documents and consequential amendments to the local development scheme. Councillor Swift.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to move the recommendation on this. I'll give a very brief piece of background. As members will know, the public inquiry or public examination of the local plan has been going on for some time, and fortunately has been able to continue despite the restrictions of COVID. It is really important that we get an approved local plan in place as soon as possible. for all sorts of good reasons, but particularly so that we can start to get some better movement on the housing market and providing a range of housing options that will have a beneficial impact across the borough. But secondly, also, so we regain greater control over inappropriate developments, because at the moment the lack of a plan and the lack of a 5-year supply is putting the planning committee in an extremely difficult position when resisting applications. The local plan process identified a number of areas where, although they don't need to be within the formal plan itself, it will be helpful to have supplementary planning documents in place. And the report that went to Cabinet in December set out what those areas were. What Council is being asked to do this evening is simply to agree the local development, an amendment to the local development scheme, which sets out what supplementary planning documents it is intended to produce, and is the first step in facilitating the production of those and the consultation on them. So I commend this to Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift. Do we have a seconder, please?
May I second, Madam Mayor, and reserve my right to speak?
Thank you, Councillor Scullion. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item? I'm not seeing anybody. I'm not aware of anybody. Okay, if Councillor Scullion, would you like to speak in that case?
I think Councillor Swift actually covered the ground very well. These are not, as it were, compulsory pieces of legislation, but bringing forward good practice in a number of ways. And those of you who are at the meeting and saw the minutes will see that there are a number of different documents that we're bringing forward, which I think are very much within the Council's policy context. Green streets principles, renewable and low carbon development, biodiversity net gains, highway design guide, etc. I really commend them to Council as a way of improving further our local plan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Scullion. Okay, so is there any, but there's nobody else wishing to speak. So Council, I'm to go to Councillor Swift to respond. But
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So then we must put this to the vote. Can I see all in favour, please?
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
And any against, please show.
That's more than, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That's carried. Okay, so we move to item 6B, capital and investment strategy. This was emailed around earlier this evening if members wish to see the minute from Cabinet. So if I can go to Councillor Swift, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The capital and investment strategy pulls together a number of policy statements that we're required to have in place and which require approval annually by Council. They are quite technical, but also quite important in terms of establishing the ground rules for the prudent management of the Council's financing, borrowing and investment, and I commend them to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. Do we have a seconder, please?
Yes, I'll second that and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dacre. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, in which case, Councillor Dacre, would you like to say a few words if you wish?
A very few words. I don't think anybody wants to spend much time on this. Yes, it simply, as Councillor Swift indicated, sets out our policies and strategies for managing investments and capital, and also sets boundaries for external debt for council to approve as set out in the document. Don't wish to say anything more.
Thank you, Councillor Dacre. Okay, so Councillor Swift, are you wishing to say anything else at all on this item?
Nothing to add, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. In which case, we will go to the vote then. If I can see all those in favour, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And any against, please show.
That's less than, Madam Mayor, so it's carried.
Thank you. That's carried then. Thank you very much. Okay, so we move then to item 7, to consider the recommendations of the Governance and Business Committee on the following matters: the pay policy statement. Can I go to Councillor Lambert to raise this one, please, to move this one?
Madam Mayor, where are you? Lost you on the screen.
Yes, Councillor Swift.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Lambert gave her apologies earlier on, probably before you came in, just generally, because she had to go somewhere, but she's coming back. Do you want either Councillor Baker or myself to do that?
Okay. Okay.
I'm happy as Deputy Chair of the committee just to move the statement as put before Council, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you very much. Councillor Swift, would you like to second? Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Is there any discussion that anybody wants to have on this item at all? No. Councillor Tim Swift, are you wanting to come back as leader on this one?
No, nothing to add, Madam Mayor.
That's lovely. In which case we go to the vote then. All those in favour, please show.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And any against?
That's less than, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That is carried then. Okay, item 8, to consider the recommendations of the Standards Committee on the following matters. 8A is the Members' Allowances Scheme for the year 2021-22. So if I can ask, I believe it's Councillor Scullion to move this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I so move. Members will remember that there is a mechanism each year that we consider at the Standards Committee members' allowances, basic and the special responsibility allowances. You might think that this year was in some ways a very difficult year to come to decision about this as a group of members, and I'm pleased to say that it was actually a very easy decision to come to in terms of not changing the members' allowances. So no increase, no adjustment in the members' basic allowance or the special responsibility allowance this year. And the reason, I'm sure, is very clear to everyone, that during the pandemic, when we know that so many people in business, so many people have lost their jobs or find themselves in financial difficulty, we felt it was inappropriate. And the committee unanimously made the decision that's here in the resolution in front of you, that the basic and special responsibility allowances for the year 1st of April 2021 to 31st of March 2022 should not be applied, meaning that there's no increase in those allowances in May 2021. That the members' allowances scheme gets approved. So A and B on item 8A. I don't know if anybody else from the committee wishes, other than Councillor Swift, wishes to second that item.
Councillor Baines, I think you were going to second.
Yeah, I'll beg to second, Madam Mayor, for the allowances, and I fully agree with everything that Councillor Scullion has said.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Councillor Tim Swift, do you have anything to add at all?
Nothing to add other than that I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can move to the vote on item 8A then, please, members.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, members. And any against, please?
That's less than, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. That is carried. So item 8B, Councillor Scullion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We spent some time at the Standards Committee discussing a new revised code of conduct which has come from the Local Government Association. And of course, the code of conduct does get revised and refreshed from time to time. And we looked at the work that the Local Government Association had done in terms of best practice. It still obviously incorporates the Committee for Standards in Public Life standards. Excuse me. And it's aimed at, as the paper says, encouraging good conduct and continuing to safeguard the public's trust in local government. And we spent some time at the meeting discussing the esteem that politicians were held in by the general public and the particular regard for local government. And we've heard earlier this evening, actually, about one outstanding member of our council who's no longer with us, who was an excellent example of somebody who served the public diligently and selflessly. And this is the kind of service that we want to emulate. We do note, and we did note in the committee, that councillors are held to higher standard, and that we do all have to really make very sure, particularly in times of social media and a particular focus on public trust in politicians, that we have a particular responsibility to have high standards of behaviour. And once again, the committee and indeed the independent members were unanimous on this and recommended it to council for adoption this evening. Once again, Madam Mayor, I will ask if anybody on the Standards Committee wishes to second this particular proposal that we adopt the Local Government Association model member of conduct.
Thank you, Councillor Scullion. Councillor Baines, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, beg to second again, and I am getting worried agreeing with fully with Councillor Scullion's comments again.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Councillor Tim Swift, do you have anything to add?
The same again, Madam Mayor. I agree with this and welcome the changes that are being proposed to the Code of Conduct.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. We shall move to the vote then, members. Can I see all in favour, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And any against, please?
That's less than, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, members. That is carried. Okay, so on your order papers, it will say now that there is a 15-minute break, but I propose to delay that until slightly later on in the evening, so it comes sort of a little after 8 o'clock. So we will move to item 9, to receive a report from the Leader of the Council on the work of the West Yorkshire Combined Authority. Councillor Tim Swift.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't really have much to add to the report that's been circulated, just to highlight that the parliamentary approval has now been given for the order setting up a mayoral combined authority. So this that's the final legal step in putting devolution in place, and does mean that there'll be a mayoral election in May, and opens the door to some investment as well, which is significant and important. Other than that, I'm sort of happy to pick up any questions people have.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. Does anyone have any questions on this item?
Madam Mayor, yes, I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was extremely disappointing to see the government renege on its promise regarding levelling up, reducing the level of funding to Transport for North by 4 billion. And if you read the recent report by the National Infrastructure Committee, which highlighted that packages prioritising regional links provide the highest combined benefits, together with the promised and never delivered northern electrification, what is the West Yorkshire Combined Authority and this council doing about this?
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Swift?
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor, and thank Councillor Barnes for his question. And he's right to be concerned, and the situation around major rail investment and plans has become quite confusing. So for a number of years, the government were clearly supporting Transport for the North and Northern Powerhouse Rail as a way of developing a partnership between local government, mayors and the Department for Transport to drive forward investment. But recently they seem to have changed their approach without really spelling out what their alternative is. So there is talk about an alternative group which will be more clearly led by DFT. But then there is also quite a lot of uncertainty about which particular schemes are going ahead. So if you go back 3 or 4 years, we were fairly clear that the intention was, you know, a substantial upgrade of the Transpennine line through Huddersfield, including electrification. We were arguing strongly that that should be immediately followed by electrification of the Calder Valley line, which was indeed in 2015, there was a working party set up to look at priorities and that identified that as the next priority. The financial package now for the Transpennine route doesn't appear to be sufficient even for full electrification of that line. And the National Infrastructure Commission really has thrown a whole set of other complications in there, because whilst it does, as Mike says, it does stress the importance of regional routes, actually again it seems to look at some quite limited proposals rather than a new route to connect Leeds, Bradford and Manchester, which was part of the Northern Powerhouse Rail proposals. It's also caused considerable uncertainty, because I know that feelings are mixed about HS2, but of course, because HS2 is planned, effectively many of the other plans link into that. And if the eastern link of HS2 did not go ahead, which parts of the the National Infrastructure Commission seem to imply, then that would have very substantial implications for the existing plans, both the Northern Powerhouse Rail and of course for developments at Leeds Station in particular. And whilst you might say, why would Calderdale be worried about Leeds Station? Actually, one of the key bottlenecks on the Calder Valley line and improving our connections is the lack of capacity in and around Leeds. So actually we have a very big interest in seeing that addressed. So this is very uncertain times. The West Yorkshire leaders wrote in the last couple of weeks to the Transport Secretary voicing some of those concerns and requesting a meeting. There hasn't been a response to that yet, but I know there's also considerable lobbying going on from all of the other northern authorities as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift. Councillor Lee, do you have a question?
Madam Mayor, no, I just have a further comment. I basically agree with Councillor Swift's comments. Members may or may not know that I am a member of the Wicker board for political interest, as it were, balance. Money is very tight. Everybody knows money's tight. And railway projects take a long time to come to fruition, even if money is available. But I do want to assure the members that earlier this week, or last week, rather, late last week, I attended a meeting which was talking about the various options to which Councillor Swift has alluded. And my contribution to the meeting was there's a lot of talking going on, but not a lot of action. And if it comes to allocating the budget that is available, I strongly urged the authority to accelerate the implementation of both those electrification projects. The Transpennine one, the Huddersfield line, I call it, is more likely to go ahead first. But I impressed upon the members of that group the importance of the Calder Valley line in the whole strategic planning of our region, because electrifying that line gives us a much more resilient way across the Pennines, much in the way that the completion of the M60 did. So there's two ways of getting round. And it's very, very important strategically that that should go at something like the same pace as the electrification of the Transpennine line. And for special reasons, if that's electrified, they don't really have an option to use the Calder Valley line in emergencies, when there's maintenance, all those difficulties in an area that's prone to weather interruptions and all sorts of things. So despite, I would take slight issue with Councillor Barnes blaming the government here. That there is money available. It's a question of trying to make sure that we get our projects assigned before somebody else in the Wicker area gets theirs assigned. And I'm passionate in doing the best that I can to argue for projects that will benefit Calderdale all along the line, if you excuse the pun. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. Councillor Swift, would you like to respond?
Sorry, suddenly couldn't unmute myself. Well, I'm tempted to say it's good to see we're all running on the same lines, but I'd better not, had I? So no, so thank you for the comments, broadly supportive on most points. I think just important to emphasise that this goes well beyond the control of Wicker, but it is something we want to seek to influence. And I do think one of the changes we've been able to get over the last couple of years, and it's reflected also in the long-term transport vision and proposals around mass transit, is getting recognition that the Leeds city region doesn't function like Greater Manchester. It's not a case of Leeds being at the centre and all the routes that matter being the routes into Leeds, and those cross connections, and particularly for us, our connections to Bradford and to Kirklees are just as important, and they also need to be considered and improved if we want to have a genuine prospect of moving more people to public transport instead of cars.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift. Are there any further comments on this item? I'm not seeing anybody indicate. Okay, thank you very much then on that item. Now we will move on to item 10. I'm aware there is a long list of people wishing to speak. We will try and get through as many of you as possible. But first we will listen to reports from the members of the Cabinet in the following order. Councillor Swift, to you first, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't add much to the written report because I know people want to get on with questions. I just want to pick up two things, both of which are very much related to COVID and the public health section. The first is to pay tribute and say thank you to everyone in different parts of Calderdale and different organisations who's contributing to the rollout of vaccinations. It is just the most mammoth organisational task. And so far is going extremely well locally, and nearly all the feedback I've had from that is positive. But please don't underestimate how much time of all organisations is going into supporting this. The second associating that is a slight note of caution about where we are in terms of COVID. As I think I said in front of the report, somewhere in the report, you know, we've been seeing during this lockdown, we have been seeing a steady but not particularly fast decline in the infection rate. Although interestingly, we've been in a position where for a long time, Calderdale has tended to be one of the lower areas after many months when we were higher. It does seem over the last couple of days, and it's early to pick up full trends, that has slowed down further. And indeed, those who follow the figures regularly on social media will see that the last couple of days they've actually slightly gone up. So the current position remains very, very serious. It seems very clear that the new variant, which is far and away the dominant variant in Calderdale, is much more difficult to manage, and that the current restrictions probably are only containing it rather than driving it as low as possible. So I think that does create quite a challenging picture for the next few weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. Councillor Scullion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unusually, I do have some additions to my report. And the first is to make my own welcome to Sheila O'Neill, who is our new Director of Regeneration. She's very welcome. Councillor Patient stole a march on me by putting his welcome to her in his report. Clearly, younger people have got better manners than us older people. Sheila has arrived in Calderdale at the end of January, and she has already settled in to snow, to flood alerts, and indeed to possible landslips and cracking roads. So welcome to Calderdale. This is how it is, and we hope you're going to enjoy your stay here. You're very welcome. I wanted to say something in addition to my report about the Halifax Station Gateway project, a big forthcoming project. And those of you who have looked online will see that there are 3 bridge designs that are being consulted upon. I must emphasize that the station itself, in terms of both funding and design, is very much in the hands of Network Rail and Northern, and our bit, funded by the West Yorkshire Combined Authority primarily, is the bridge and the access to that. We have thus far, alarmingly, had 61,000 people look at the video of myself in the wind and the rain outside the station, asking people to take part in the consultation. And the West Yorkshire Combined Authority say that this is actually one of the highest numbers of community engagement on a major project that they have ever had. But I must emphasize, just in case people think they are voting to choose one of the 3 bridge designs, I'm sorry to disappoint them, but the final bridge design will be informed by the public comments and your comments as members. The final design might be a mix of the best of the 3, so it's not a public vote, and I just wanted to make that clear. I wanted also to say something about the Future High Streets Fund. You'll see in my report that we got 69% of the funding that was applied for, and that means 6 million for Elland, hooray, and 12.5 million for Halifax. Some towns, I'm afraid, who bid got 0. A small number got all of the money they asked for, and I think we're very lucky actually to have got what we had, and I'm really sorry that we had to bid against other towns and some of them got nothing. But really, this is very important news for both Elland and for Halifax. The final thing I wanted to add to my report, Madam Mayor, was I promised in my report that I would provide some up-to-date information on the business grants, the latest round of the business grants. The current figure is rather a lot larger than in my report. We've currently paid out 6,025 payments this round, and you may not know, I think there were 9 different grants for different types of businesses for different periods in this round. And we paid out thus far today 14.6 million, but it is changing every single day. And we're just about to start on extending the discretionary grant scheme, the additional restrictions grant, to cover some of those who have fallen through the cracks thus far. And I really, really feel for those people. And that will include voluntary and community sector, charities, market traders, childcare providers, which I think is a particularly important sector that's been overlooked, and non-business rates payers. Many of the grants have been associated with business rates. That's how you prove that you're eligible for the money. There are many businesses in Calderdale, small and medium-sized enterprises, where the business in trouble is not actually the ratepayer, or the people who work from home, like bed and breakfast and so on. So this next phase, carry on paying out the ones and working through the very complicated ones that are remaining, but moving to those who have been falling through the gaps. That's all to add, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Scullion. That was very comprehensive. Councillor Dacre, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. There are just a few things I'd like to highlight in relation to my report and the different sections. So just starting with the legal and democratic, I'd just like to pay tribute to all the hard work that's going on behind the scenes in electoral services to prepare for the local elections and the mayoral elections, and in circumstances where they're trying to prepare for a COVID safe vote, which means there's lots of different considerations to take into account, and to highlight the fact that the council is about to start a campaign to encourage people to take up postal votes as being the safest way in which you can do your vote in this particular election. I know there's a lot of people who enjoy the ritual of going to polling stations, but for this 1 year, I would urge everybody to take out a postal vote and do it more safely, not just for you, but for all the people who are having to work in the polling stations. And of course, I'd also just want to reflect on what the leader said about the fact we now have the mayoral elections. So this is not just any other set of local elections. It's a really important election for the mayor of the combined authority, who is going to obviously have huge responsibilities, and there is gain share money coming with that devolution deal. So it's a very important election. Please make sure you don't miss out. Get your postal vote in, get your postal vote sorted out. In relation to digital transformation, just like to highlight the fact of how hard the services continue to work with other services and with external bodies in digitising various procedures. And those watching may be particularly interested in the online streetlight fault reporting form, which may not sound very thrilling, but for those of you who do want to report lights that are defective, it means that the report goes straight into the part of the council who can then react to it and do something about it. So we think that will lead to a great improvement in service. In IT infrastructure, the most important point noted in the report is the priority that's being given to cyber security. We've all heard about councils who've been very adversely affected by breaches of their cyber security, and Calderdale is concentrating both on technical solutions, looking at feasibility of cloud storage, and also looking at training of its own personnel to make sure that the individual doesn't let in a cyber threat to the organisation. In relation to performance and business intelligence, I think everybody may think that the review of the corporate performance framework sounds a bit dull, but one of the things that they're looking at when they're reviewing that is to perhaps have more of a focus on the priorities for residents, as well as benchmarking ourselves against other authorities. So I think that's something that will be welcomed by the residents of Calderdale. The finance department, I would say, have had a very hard time this year because there's been so much uncertainty. They've had to work hard throughout the year preparing all the different figures in when nobody's really known what's going to happen. That's made preparing the budget very challenging. And also, at the same time as doing that, they've been trying to double up and process the business grants, which you've heard about from Councillor Scullion. So that has been a very challenging time for them. And finally, to turn to HR and occupational health, again, because of COVID, it's been a very busy year for them. And I'd just like to highlight the work that's been done throughout the service to protect staff and the public. So staff who are working in public facing roles and those who are working at home. I think it's great credit to HR and health and safety for the work they've put in, but also to all of the Calderdale staff who have worked so hard and above and beyond during the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dacre. Next, Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry to say, after the lengthy contributions from other Cabinet members, that I have nothing to add to my own report.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to update on one item on the report, and following what Councillor Swift mentioned earlier about the impressive rollout on vaccinations, both within providers and frontline staff, and particularly talking now about adult social care and care homes. On the care home side, I've got some latest information now regarding all care home residents and staff which were being offered the vaccine. And the latest position as yesterday on that was residents now number 898, that's 83%. And on staff, care home staff, the figure now is 1,031, which is 64%. And so that's remarkable acceleration now and really good progress. And as I said in my report, we're already one of the highest regionally on moving forward on this. And on the frontline services, in-house provider frontline services, which are essentially home care, extra care and outreach, the figure of today was 749, which is 79% out of the total. So these are very impressive figures. This is moving forward very rapidly indeed to protect all our care home residents and staff and all our in-house provider services.
Thank you very much, Councillor Metcalfe. That's excellent news. Councillor Patient, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be reasonably brief. My children have decided to take this moment to start playing the piano and rowing over chess. So sorry for any potential background noise. Yeah, just to reflect, really, I covered some of it within my report, but a year on from Storm Ciara and everything that's been happening around that, clearly we've had quite a number of near-miss flood events within that time as well. And just to extend another thanks to all the voluntary sector and the work that's been going on. I think what we got right this time was partially helped by what we're doing right now, actually, which is using technology and using Zoom. And in terms of that emergency planning work, preparation, and actually up-to-date advice and situation reports at the time, it really did make a difference. And I think that's something we'll need to remember going forward. Just to say, though, just to add a special message of thanks to someone within the council who often doesn't get a lot of thanks, and that's Mark Broadbent, and he's our amazing videographer, and he does a lot of work. You'll have seen his videos on social media a lot of the time, and I think he's a real story weaver, and actually what he did in bringing the story of the flooding and how it affected a lot of people's lives really alive over the last couple of days was fantastic. So if you haven't seen the videos that he's done specifically around Storm Ciara and what's happened in the year since, then I'd highly recommend you check them out. It's a really incredible piece of work. So thank you, Mark. That's all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patient, and I would echo your words about Mark Broadbent. He put together the tribute to Marilyn this evening, and his work is very much appreciated by everyone. Thank you. Councillor Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of points to add to my report. I thought it might be useful to update people on the work of our benefits section, which has been absolutely fantastic. I said that 570 isolation payments have been paid out. In fact, it's now gone up to 594, and they're dealing with a whole lot of payments relating to council tax reduction scheme, as well as isolation payments for people who are forced to isolate because of the virus. And I think on another note, I'd also like to highlight the work of our community protection teams. I mean, they've made, in the interest of trying to ensure that government regulations about the closure of some of our businesses are maintained, they've made 4,500 visits to premises over the last year, 4,500. And that's been not always to, impose penalties, but more often than not, simply to talk to businesses and to explain to them about what they needed to do to comply with regulations and to try to keep the community safe. And finally, I'd just like to pay tribute to some unsung heroes in public services, and including actually our sports service staff who were out and about helping people who were able to access the vaccination centre, which was set up at Boots in Halifax, and who switched roles and helped make sure that people actually were safe there. So everybody right across the council and right across the voluntary sector has been doing some really fantastic work to try to support what's going on, and actually working above and beyond, and often changing roles. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lynn. So we move to questions on this item now, and we will start with Councillor Blackburn, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been reported that the Clifton Enterprise Zone is progressing towards a full business case decision. Normally, this means funding should follow to enable delivery. However, at the January Place panel meeting at the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, it was confirmed that the West Yorkshire Combined Authority will not now be funding the scheme, and equally does not qualify for the government's Getting Building Fund scheme either. On the 16th of March last year, I raised a question about the viability of the scheme in view of in view of the new news. Should we as a council continue to speculate on developing this site, especially as we still haven't purchased the land? And where's the money coming from? Equally, there is a planning application in this scheme at the moment. The consultation ended today. However, quite a few documents were uploaded to the planning portal only yesterday. In view of this, does it mean the 21 days should be extended? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Swift.
I think probably Councillor Scullion's the best place to respond to this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Blackbur's absolutely right. There is at the moment a dizzying array of different schemes from government in terms of developing projects going forward, just as some come to an end or are used up, new ones start. We have already other sources of funding in terms of Clifton. There's a large amount of money, for example, for transport related activity and preliminary works, and of course we've drawn down some of that money already. We have not completed the funding package yet, but we're working very hard on that and have confidence really that that piece of land, which is really important to our future regeneration plans in terms of employment land. And you've heard Councillor Patient talk about some of the flooding problem. Much of our employment land, the kind of land that you would use in other authorities, is not possible for us because of the flooding. And of course, if you move further up, you're often using green belt, and it's not necessarily suitable in terms of the steepness of the terrain. So we are continuing apace. We're continuing a number of strands of work in parallel with each other. Let me move on though to the planning portal question and the uploading of some documents late. I didn't know about that. Thank you for that information. And I will go away and I will ask the question in terms of whether there should be an extension of the consultation period, and I will come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Scullion. Next, we have Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question, please, for Councillor Scullion in relation to her report. Under the heading Planning and Building Control in her report, I'll just read this out to you. This is point 1 of 2. Following the completion of the Stage 2 local plan examination hearings in December, the Council have now received the Inspector's post-hearing letter. We are pleased with this letter because it does not raise any fundamental concerns about the plan as a whole. Now, I'd like to alert members to what lies behind that statement. Rather says something different. I have here the letter from Inspector Katie Child. It's a 3-page letter with 4 or 5 pages of appendices attached to it. And in para 3 of her letter, it's a short paragraph. I'll read it out to you, bearing in mind that we've been told by Councillor Scullion we don't have fundamental concerns. So this is para 3 of 10 in that letter. And that says, during the course of the Stage 2 hearings, I identified a number of areas where further work and information is required to support the policies and proposals in the submitted plan. This includes technical evidence relating to strategic, site-specific and development management matters. My view, based on the current evidence and representations before me, is that this work is necessary to underpin the Council's approach and to demonstrate that the plan meets the tests of soundness and is legally compliant. So she's placing us in a place where it's not yet legally compliant, and that's of great concern, I'm sure. So backing that up, and here's a really worrying one we should all be aware of, is a task list for the inspector. That's 27 pages long and contains, wait for it, 281 items that need to be resolved. Now, the hearing should have finished by now, as far as I'm aware, on the original timetable, but we're talking about recommencing further hearings. And we're now waiting for more consultations and another round of hearings before we'll even know if the plan is sound, legally compliant and deliverable. So on the basis of that letter and that task list, Councillor Scullion, do you stand by your statement that the letter does not raise any fundamental concerns about the plan as a whole? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Scullion.
Short answer is yes. If you look around the country in terms of what's happened to some other local plans, where the inspector at stage 1 or stage 2 has actually said, this gives me fundamental cause for concern, you must withdraw your plan and you know, halt the examination process. None of those things have happened to Calderdale. Yes, there are 27 pages addendum to the inspector's letter, which itself was relatively short. And there are indeed, I haven't counted them myself, but I'm sure you're absolutely right, Councillor, 281 items to be resolved. some of them from the extremely small and can be answered with confidence immediately because we already have that information. Some of them where we need to give some further thought and provide some more evidence. The whole point about a local plan is that it's a very, very substantial piece of work that needs to be done very thoroughly, as we've discovered. And you will know from having sat through the examination yourself that there's a very, very steady legalistic process of working through each tiny thing. Stage 2 of the examination was very much about specific sites. Those sites have been gone over with a fine-tooth comb. There is still some work to be done on those. I have got no concern in terms of whether the inspector has got strategic or fundamental concerns, because I have trust in the process, in the planning inspector and the overall process, that had she had any major concerns, then she would have asked us to withdraw the plan and do some more work at this stage 2 or even before that. So the short answer is, yes, I am satisfied that there are no strategic or fundamental concerns. Yes, there is a lot of work to still to be done. I really, really hope that we can conclude this process this year, because blimey, people need homes in Calderdale. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
If I could just come back briefly, Madam Mayor.
Extremely briefly, Councillor Lee. I have a long list of people waiting to speak.
Will do. Thank you, Councillor Scullion, for your answer. Obviously, I disagree with that, and there is a great concern that this list of tasks is a huge list of tasks, and time is running out. So I'm surprised that you're happy with where we're at, and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to commend the NHS-led rollout of the coronavirus vaccination programme. It's in the interest of everyone who's offered vaccination to take up the invitation, both to protect themselves from serious illness and the risk of long COVID, and hopefully to protect the rest of us. But it needs to be understood that the outcome is by no means certain. We'll need to vaccinate a very high proportion of the total population, about 90% of our residents. And as long as the number of cases of infection remains high, it's inevitable that new variants of the virus will arise, some of which are likely to be less responsive to current vaccines. So vaccination is important, but won't be enough of it by itself. There's still a need for an effective test, trace and isolate strategy. And this will be needed for a long time to come. There's very little point in spending vast sums of public money on a test and trace program unless it results in effective isolation of people who would otherwise continue to spread the virus throughout our communities. At November's council, a motion was passed that recognised this and called on the leader of the council to write to the Minister for Housing, Communities and Local Government, seeking their support for proposals to provide prompt financial assistance so that everybody who's called upon to self-isolate has the financial means to enable them to do so, and that businesses are supported if crucial members of their workforce need to self-isolate. What financial support measures is the council deploying to help people make the right decisions as soon as they're informed of the need to self-isolate? And what information do we have that would assure us that the eligibility criteria for grants are appropriate and giving people access to the help when they need it? As far as I'm aware, there has been no recognition by the government that these the barriers that these pose to our ability to contain the infection, and no prospect of the support that this council has requested. Has the leader received a response?
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Swift.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. I'll try and pick up most of those points. I haven't received a direct response beyond an acknowledgement. I should say, though, that the issue of payment for self-isolation grants has been raised by many of us in a great many meetings as well, and in particular comes up from somebody from local government in every one of the regular ministerial seminars that are held on the COVID response. perhaps could separate it into a couple of things. In terms of the mandatory grants where people meet the criteria, the government did eventually increase the amount of funding for those so we could continue to offer them. That was a sum of about £15 million nationally. The challenge with that, as I think Colin's question indicates, is that the criteria for those are very tight. And typically, I think this has had national report now, something like 70% of people who are applying for them are not eligible. The discretionary grant has not been topped up by central government. We have been able to identify an additional £200,000 from elsewhere within our infection control plans to support the discretionary scheme, and that gives us a little flexibility, and Councillor Lynn touched on the role of our benefits team in doing this, in supporting people who will face financial hardship but who don't meet the criteria. I should say and pay tribute to colleagues that Calderdale has been leading on a lot of this work with colleagues across Yorkshire and Humber in highlighting the issues around payments for self-isolation and in making the case. And it is frustrating that on a number of occasions we've heard from both senior civil servants and occasionally from ministers that they understand the point, and yet they haven't moved on this. And I do just want to emphasise that, because compared with the amounts of money that have been poured into business support, into other elements of the test and trace, we really are talking very small. You know, I know £15 million, it's odd to talk about that as small amounts of money, but compared to some of the other sums that have gone in, this is relatively small. And yet it is so important, because as Councillor Hutchinson says in his question, if we want to get on top of this virus, we need to make sure that people are able to isolate. And if people are driving taxis or working in a shop or in all sorts of other industries where they're on only paid for the hours they work, have little or no sick pay, it is very hard to expect them to isolate for 2 weeks and have no money coming into the house. And it's often people in those low income, cash-based 0 hours jobs who are actually, because of the nature of those jobs, also the most likely to come into contact with cases and be asked to self-isolate. Our local contact tracers are doing all they can to highlight when they visit people, to highlight the support that is available, provide them with information. And as part of the rollout of testing for employers, for people who need to work, then we're also, taking the opportunity to encourage employers wherever possible to pay staff if staff have to isolate after a positive test result, and really emphasising that that's in the business interest. There's an economic case for it, because if people continue going to work and who may have come into contact or may be positive, then that simply means other people in the workforce are also going to become affected. So we are continuing to do what we can within our resources, but particularly to put pressure on at national level, working constructively with civil servants, but also making the case strongly that there just needs to be more. And finally, again, I'd agree and emphasise Councillor Hutchinson's other point. Even with the rollout of vaccinations, we are going to need to operate an effective test, trace and isolate service, certainly for many months, possibly more than that, depending on how the virus develops. Hopefully, perhaps not on the same scale as currently, but it will clearly be an important part of response. And just as the NHS vaccination process has demonstrated, it works better if you build it locally.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. And next I have Councillor Robinson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question, if I may, is about business grants. The additional restrictions grant, this is a £4.2 million pot provided by the government. It's distributed by Calderdale Council, and it's a discretionary scheme. Calderdale Council have been given the ability to determine the grant levels and also the eligibility requirements of this £4.2 million pot. But it seems to me that businesses in Calderdale are being disadvantaged compared to other local authorities. For example, if you are a supply chain business in Calderdale, you are eligible for a grant of up to £3,000. But if you are a supply chain business in Bradford, the same business, you are eligible for a grant of up to £20,000. So that's £3,000 in Calderdale, but £20,000 in Bradford. This is unfair, and quite simply, it's generated a postcode lottery. Now, the council have the money, it's in your bank. So I ask the question, why are Calderdale supply chain businesses being paid less than other local authorities? What's the rationale, Calderdale Council's rationale for this? And under the current ARG review, can we match grant funding provided by other local authorities? Can we match those grant levels? And can we also make additional payments to businesses that have been disadvantaged under Calderdale's current ARG policy? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Swift?
Thank you. I think probably Councillor Scullion's got the detail on those ones, if I can pass this to her.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Swift. I'm only human and very fallible, and I haven't actually got all of those details in order to respond in my head. I will actually provide Councillor Robinson with a detailed written response and happy to copy it to other members. I will also have to check in terms of what he says, because of course things have been executed and expressed in different ways and in different time periods and different amounts, but I will certainly provide him with a full written answer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Scullion. Next we have Councillor Courtney, please.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question about vaccinations and children, vaccination of staff in special schools. So children in special schools in Calderdale often are unable or find it more difficult to self-isolate. In addition, some of them require quite a lot of care. And in fact, it's been sort of drawn to notice that a lot of people who work in special schools, and we're not just talking about teachers, obviously there's a huge number of staff in special schools that aren't teachers, are actually more akin to care workers. Some local authorities have prioritised staff in special schools for vaccinations, and I was just wondering if there's any plans for Calderdale to do the same and to vaccinate people who work in our special schools, who do an excellent and often difficult job. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Swift.
I was going to answer that actually.
Pass that to Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad you raised this actually, Councillor Courtney, because this is actually an issue that has been something I've been showing quite a lot of interest in the past couple of weeks, and something that I did raise at the Health and Wellbeing Board a couple of weeks ago. It is important to recognise that our special schools are still fully open, and mainstream schools are open as well, but only to a much smaller proportion of pupils. And I do fully appreciate that for many staff in special schools, their role is much more of a caring role and not just an educational one. And as you say, it's not possible a lot of the time to practice the same sort of social distancing and safety measures that are practiced in some of our other schools. So we have looked at what we can do within the powers that we do have to try to get special school staff vaccinated. And as a result, staff currently working with clinically extremely vulnerable children in school were invited for vaccination at the end of last week. And yesterday, a further 185 staff in both maintained and independent schools that support clinically extremely vulnerable children currently at home shielding were invited to book a vaccination. And a further 354 special school staff have been added to the reserve list, and we believe that there'll be enough capacity for them to be vaccinated by Monday. And we've informed schools of this and how staff can reserve slots. So I think that's a really pleasing update that I'm pleased to be able to share. Thank you, Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson, and thank you for your question, Councillor Courtney. Next, I have Councillor Kavanagh, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's another question for Councillor Wilkinson, I think. So with the government not funding free school meals in the coming half term, I saw that the council was making a payment to low income families, which is obviously great, but I wanted to understand, is this just for families that would normally receive free school meals? Because I know that in my ward, and I'm sure most people's wards on this call, there are also some families with younger children that are finding things really difficult at the moment. So just wanted to understand the parameters of the funding that's been given out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Wilkinson, I think this one will come to you as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In fairness to government, they did make a payment via the winter grant scheme before Christmas, which the council were responsible for giving out, and I think that was aimed at sort of covering the cost of fuel and food, and that did go up to low-income families at the end of last year, as I say. And I think, but the problem is the thing that the idea was that was supposed to cover half term as well, February half term, but was given out a long time ago now. So in reality, given all the pressures that a lot of families are facing at the moment, being furloughed or self-isolating or being made redundant, we realise that many families will not still have that money set aside that was given to them all that time ago. So in recognition of this, we have, as you say, we've made an additional £15 payment per child to each low-income family, which is the equivalent amount that they would receive if they were getting the free school meal vouchers. And I'm pleased to say that this will be made to all low-income families, not just those who get the free school meals, as you say, because obviously those with younger children would not normally be receiving the free school meals. And this is also obviously building on the work that we've done through the Never Hungry Again campaign as well. So there will be money being made available through that to community organisations so that they can also support our low-income families that are facing hardship at this time. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilkinson. Next, I have Councillor Fenton-Glynn, please.
Hi there. It's now a year since Storm Kira, and this time last year I was dealing with bulky waste collections in my ward, which was hit by the floods. I think this is kind of a broad question, which is, what have we learnt from that particular disaster, and what would we do better next time? But also I'd just like to take some time to pay tribute to all of the staff of Calderdale, both in administering the business support grants then and then throughout COVID, but also in the work that they did immediately after the storm in staffing the town halls. It's a year since, and I'm still immeasurably grateful to those members of staff.
Okay, thank you.
You very much, Councillor Fenton-Glynn. Councillor Patient.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Fenton-Glynn, for that. Yeah, I think, gosh, I mean, our fourth major flood in 8 years, I think we've learnt a lot in that time. I think every time we've had an event, it's sharpened our resolve and how we respond to it, and that's across the voluntary sector, that's in-house and our officers and the structures and what that looks like. I made reference to it slightly earlier with regards to how this format has actually bizarrely helped us plan and slightly change and really focus on the things that need to be done. I think in terms of that planning and that immediate response, what Teams and Zoom did for volunteers, emergency services, Environment Agency, council officers was able to really reactively hold meetings with situation reports, get that feedback from on the ground, make sure that everyone had that same information that actually a year ago just wasn't happening because of you know, people didn't know how to use this technology then. People were perhaps being left out of those conversations. And certainly from the flood warden's point of view, it's an invaluable resource. And it was really good to see on those calls representatives from all the flood warden groups. And I'm talking all of them from Todmorden all the way down to Brighouse. I think that involvement and that information was really good. But I think we need to be clear, the emergency planning that we've done has been about being COVID safe. And that was the right thing to do. The hubs certainly couldn't have worked if we had a flood event a few weeks ago, which we very nearly did. In fact, we nearly had one at the weekend. We were mindful about making sure that if we did run the hubs, we ran them as virtual as we could. And those services that could be moved digitally were available digitally, and we'd done the work and the preparation in-house and across the hub leads as well to make sure that those systems were good, but that in case of the hubs did need to be active in a really bad flood situation, that they were as safe as could be, that the only people going in there were for those very specific knotty issues, and that we were managing the safety of our staff and the voluntary sector really carefully in there. But also, we're really mindful that the flood hubs last time and in the past have been a really vital resource for people that have been not just those affected by flooding, but those people that have just seen their neighbourhoods in disarray and absolutely devastated, and they've actually used them for their own mental health and anxieties as an emotional support hub. So we're mindful that we want to move back to that model, that's really important to people. So actually, when we do come out of COVID, whenever that may be, that we learn the lessons and keep the good things that we've learned during COVID, like using Teams and using digital skills to our advantage, but that we're also mindful of that holistic approach to making sure that people are okay physically, mentally, that they're supported well. So I think we're learning all the time, but yeah, I think we're getting there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patient. Next, I have Councillor Baker, please.
Just unmute myself. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question about transparency, because earlier in the meeting, the leader of the council said he is transparent and his administration is committed to transparency. I'd like to therefore know why previous council meetings are not even published on the council's YouTube channel. We heard about the great work earlier, our video member of staff goes around filming stuff, but actually even the November council meeting is still not up on the YouTube channel. So local residents can't actually see what is happening in the council. If you're watching this at home now, you can go onto the council's webpage. You can search the key decision list published on the 1st of February blank. How is it transparent to have a blank key decision list and not publish anything by way of a cabinet forward plan so other members of the council can actually know what's happening on the council agenda? Last week, our group met to talk about what was going to be on the cabinet agenda, and the papers weren't even published at the time they normally were, so we were not even able to go through and discuss items. Items appear on the cabinet agenda at short notice. This isn't transparency. Furthermore, if you are really committed to transparency, why have all the cuts been wrapped up in a package called the Future Council Delivery Programme, so people reading the budget consultation are not even able to see what they are? I've had emails from staff at the Mixed and Activity Centre who only found out about that centre being cut by this administration after the cabinet meeting and after decisions had already been made. So there's cuts to public conveniences, there's cuts to tourist information centres, cuts to libraries, increases in fares to concessionary travels, cuts to the Mixed and Activity Centre. None of that is transparent whatsoever in your budget process, yet you say you're transparent. How can both these things be true?
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Swift, I come to you for this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, in terms of, so first of all, in terms of publishing items on the agenda, I advise Councillor Baker that councillors don't do that themselves, and I think that would have been more appropriately raised as a concern with democratic services so it can be sorted out. I'm not sure why they're not there. My understanding was that meetings generally are, but I do understand also that you know, democratic services, like everybody else, has been under quite a lot of pressure and challenges from working from home. But I will check and make sure that you get a reply to the points about those meetings and items that's not there. In terms of the key decision list, I know this has been covered in email exchanges on quite a number of times over the last few months. The definition of a key decision is quite tight and does not cover everything, or indeed probably even most of the issues that come to cabinet in the normal course of business. I think the difficulty when you start publishing a wider forward plan is then understanding what the legal status of that is and what happens if you need to bring items which aren't there. Although it's something I wouldn't particularly mind looking at, but I suspect we'll then get into endless exchanges about the timing of particular items and why they've slipped, rather than dealing with the substance of what the council is trying to do, which is, I think, what most members of the public are really interested in. In terms of the future council programme, you're right, it did not form part of it needed to come forward before the budget process. Councillor Lynn talked about the reasons for that beforehand and why, given the extraordinary financial situation the council was facing, it was important to get some of those decisions underway so we achieve savings for the next financial year. I think that was the right decision. There was considerable public debate on all of these. I think almost every item on those lists, there were certainly 2 cabinet discussions where members of other groups were given very considerable flexibility to ask questions and debate them. I think all of those items were also called in and debated at great length at scrutiny. So I think actually the transparency and debate around those was pretty substantial.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. So next I have Councillor Audrey Smith, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question's following on a bit from Colin's. We talked a lot about the test, trace and isolate. We talked about the financial, the poverty that people find themselves in if they're forced to isolate. But we've also got the problem where quarantine isn't actually a reality for some people living in multiple occupancy households. In the first lockdown, we saw hotels used to quarantine NHS staff, and I wondered if there has been any indication that the government is looking to try and support people who are quite often in the lower income bracket to quarantine, because this is an important factor when we're trying to isolate and prevent the spread of disease. The study's shown that it's spread through households, and offering isolation beds, which sounds horrendous, but it could see a huge reduction in the spread of the virus, but also in the number of deaths. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Honest and short answer is I'm not sure how far that has been explored, but it's a conversation I'll happily have with officers about whether there would be a role for that. Of course, some countries do have very strict quarantine rules where people are required to effectively leave their homes and go into there, and I'm not sure I'd necessarily be in favour of going that far, but I do particularly understand, and I think particularly this issue about multiple generational households with the evidence that the new variant is so much more infectious. I think there's a genuine, a really genuine issue there, and I'm quite happy to have a look locally. I'm not aware of any discussions about that as a sort of a national proposal.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, could I just ask, clarify?
Very quickly. Very quickly.
Sorry, I just wanted to say wasn't so much the multi-generational, it's more the HMOs where, people live, operate on a rent a room basis. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thanks. That's a good point, and I mean it is one of the things we've seen with changing poverty and housing challenges, that you're now getting houses where you're seeing sort of signs up in windows saying room for rent, which you really didn't see 5 and 6 years ago, and you do sort of wonder what the circumstance of people in some of those properties is. So yeah, we'll take it back and have another look.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift. Next I have Councillor Press.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's quite extraordinary when you cast your mind back to just almost a year ago, when the Chancellor announced his emergency package. And I think it's worth noting that when this emergency package was announced in March, I think we had 8 coronavirus deaths, and since then obviously we've got the tragedy of over 100,000 people in this country dying from COVID. And at the time, I know at the time that the opposition did say there were fears over things like gaps in the process, social security, adult social care, but the Chancellor did say that he would do whatever it took, whatever resources were needed, whatever it took, then the government would provide. So I was just really wanted to ask Councillor Dacre, is it the case that we've had whatever it takes to get us through this?
Thank you, Councillor Press. Councillor Dacre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Press, for the question. The short answer is no, we haven't been given everything to do what it takes. And the easiest way of illustrating that is to look at irrecoverable council tax and business rate losses. The government has said that we can carry these over and we don't have to balance the budget on them this year. And it has then said that it will pay 75% of what it considers to be irrecoverable losses. We've got, we estimate in the region of 10.6 million in irrecoverable losses. So if we get 75% of that, that leaves us with about 2.65 million. Now we don't have to worry about that this year because we can carry it over. But at some stage, we have got to find that money. So clearly we haven't been given everything that it takes. Similarly, we haven't been given full compensation for lost income from public services. We only get 75% of that as well. So in very simple terms, no, we haven't been given everything that we need. If those who are interested can look at the third revenue monitor that was presented at Cabinet earlier in the week, and that noted that our latest returns to the government showed that we have combined COVID costs and losses of £40 million, consisting of additional costs of in the region of £18 million and lost income of just over £22 million. The table sets out that we've received various specific grants from the government, and all of that in the table on page 3 of the Revenue Monitor, all those specific grants have been stripped out effectively and taken into account when looking at the budgets of each directorate. And we've also received nearly 20 million in general grants from the government. So when you take off the specific grants, we're left with about 16 to 17 million, and the general grants are nearly 20 million. So on the face of it, it looks like we're getting more, but as I've said, it's not quite that simple. And it's only because we've been working really hard through the year when we didn't know how much money we were going to get from the government to keep our COVID costs within what we hoped we would get from the government, and to bear down on costs in directorates and make savings despite the really challenging circumstances of COVID, that we've arrived at the position that we have, where we hope we may, at the end of the year, have some of this year's general grant left over, which we can carry over to next year, because next year we don't know again what we're going to get from government. We know we're going to get some income compensation for parking fees and things like that. We don't know if we're going to get any business rates and council tax assistance, and we don't know if we're going to get any general grant. So we're hoping very much that we'll have some of that to carry forward, just to give us that bit of a cushion. But as I say, the short answer, as illustrated by reference to the council tax and business rates, is no, the government hasn't kept that promise in our view.
Thank you, Councillor Dacre. Next I have Councillor Caffrey, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if my question's for Councillor Lynn or Councillor Dacre. It's about community asset transfers. We're trying to, as you know, there's a full list of asset transfers at the moment, and some places where they're being done, they've got established groups with constitutions, etc. And some are being done from scratch, which is what we're doing in Shelf for the library in the Horn. It's quite a big project. The problem we've got, of course, is we've tried to build a committee in a time when you can't have any meetings. So I'm trying to build a committee out of people that don't know each other, can't meet, and getting people together and agreeing on constitution and things is very, very difficult. And I'm just a bit concerned about the timescales we've got. I mean, we're having Zoom meetings and things, and I've got people doing bits and pieces of the expression of interest in various places, but it's difficult to collate it all without having a meeting. Bank accounts, it's impossible because you can't go into a bank, and they won't do it over online. You can't produce passports and things online. The constitution, we can do a basic one, but the expression of interest requires a sort of a legal structure with charitable interest and all the rest of it. Well, it's impossible to do that by the end of March. So really what I'm saying is, with all the red tape you've got to go through to do these things, is the council going to be flexible on the timescale of delivering these cats? Because if we have to work to timescales we've been given, it ain't going to happen. Not to the standard that the council wants it on the 31st of March. It's just not possible because the group isn't there and it's established already. So really what I'm saying is, if these people go to all the trouble to do the expression of interest form, is the council going to pick holes in it and look for a reason not to do it? Or is it going to be supportive and say, look, we appreciate you're locked up, you can't do anything, we want to help you, this is what we're going to do to help you, we're going to extend your timetable, etc., etc., etc. So is the council going to be supportive, or is it going to say, sorry, that's it, no more help? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Caffrey. Councillor Lynn, I think this one might come to you.
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Caffrey. And I think probably know the answer, which is that yes, we will be as helpful as we possibly can. I'm also grateful to a colleague in Jane Leach from the Voluntary Sector Alliance, who've made it clear that they're also prepared to assist with setting up organisations and constitutions and so on. And can I just say, Councillor Caffrey, I'm really pleased that you're getting on with it. You're pulling people together, and I can't make any. I'm not proposing that we lift the deadline for the expressions of interest to come in by the 31st of March. But what I can assure you is that we want this to happen if it can possibly happen, and we will be as supportive as we can. And I know that my colleagues, officers in public services, are absolutely with me on this. So we will give you as much help as we possibly can. And no, we're not looking for ways to say you can't do it and to pick holes in it. We'll do our very best. The reason why we have to you in a sense you do have to kind of set a deadline, and we gave 3 months is simply because we wanted to kind of keep the momentum going. But I do appreciate that it's a bit of a challenge, and I take my hat off to you for getting some people together that want to go to bring it forward, and I wish you all the very best with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, Councillor Lynn. Councillor Patience, you wanting to come on this question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, just to finish off what Councillor Lynn mentioned, I definitely understand the challenges that Councillor Caffrey has outlined, but just to mention, there's been some really incredible engagement in Mythenroyd specifically around bringing people from the community together in terms of an expression of interest to take forward the idea of where the library service might go. Want to pay particular tribute to Councillor Kavanagh for leading on that, as well as our local development group and the town council for taking an interest in that. So there are some good models around in terms of what that looks like, and the amount of people that we got to our first initial meeting, it was over 50 people on a Saturday morning, so incredible, and from all sections of the community. So yeah, there are challenges there, but I think with the will and a fair wind behind you, there's that progress can be made. So Just a thanks, yeah, once more to the voluntary sector and everyone who puts the hat in the ring to get involved in things like that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Patient. Next I have Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question refers to Councillor Wilkinson's report, which was very extensive, and understand your decision not to add anything to it at the time. However, my question relates to the schooling element of the report, part of which said, and I quote, "Poor children worked fewer hours, got less support and had less access to study spaces and online materials during the last lockdown. This time around, the better off are paying for more private support, which increases the educational deficit gap." Totally agree. I'm very concerned about this issue in Calderdale, so would ask what you're doing to overcome the problem, as it affects the truly affects these people for really a lifetime in all probability if we don't do something about it now. So really I'm asking, what are we doing about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Wilkinson, this one to you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. And yeah, this is a concern that I really share. And I think a lot of these issues will be picked up in the debate on my motion, which is about sort of digital learning. And one of the major things that we're doing here in Calderdale is our Laptops for Learning campaign, which is to get devices to children who don't currently have them, which I think sure we'll hear more about during the motion. But as you've alluded to, this is about a lot more than just that. There's sort of a multitude of reasons why children from poorer backgrounds just don't have the same access to education, and don't often don't have the same level of support in the home. They might not have the same level of devices. There might, in some cases, be neglect or abuse even in the home. So obviously our social workers during the pandemic have been doing all they can to make sure they're still checking in on those children. So there is all sorts of things that we are doing, but obviously it remains a very challenging situation. And I think that's why I think when schools can safely return, I think that will be the best thing for all our children, really. But I look forward to having more of this debate, I'm sure, during the motion later in the evening.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. We are very close to the end now, so I think I've just got time for one more. So Councillor Dickinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been receiving some quite devastating news about the future prospects for the High Street. And it seems clear to me, at least, that the offer that the High Street needs to make needs to go beyond the retail, leisure and commercial to include also a greater, perhaps, extent of residential as well. This has a potential impact on our housing allocation and how we go about building suitable housing and converting existing buildings to dignified residential accommodation. And the question really, as a follow on from that, concerns also the potential that we have for concreting greenfield and greenbelt sites. So the question really is, can the council offer any kind of assurance that greenfield and greenbelt sites will be among the last, if not the last, to be considered for residential development, where alternatives may be perhaps better exploited over the longer term?
Thank you, Councillor Dickinson. Who would like to take this one? Councillor Scullion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Dickinson for his absolutely packed question, really. There was a lot in there. You're absolutely right in terms of high streets and the problem of retail, and particularly chain retail, as we have seen in the last few weeks. but that problem was there before the pandemic, actually. It's hard to remember now, but actually, if you look at the Grimsey report and various other reports on the future of the high street and the future of retail, they were all very clear that actually people were attracted to out-of-town shopping centres in terms of choice, that smaller shopping units, particularly in smaller cities, actually were really suffering. The offer really had to be about an experience, and that's where things like our hospitality and refreshment businesses really come into their own, because people come in for a meal and do a bit of shopping rather than just coming in for shopping. The question of dwell time in terms of what makes the overall atmosphere in the town centres pleasant and walking. And you're absolutely right that having more people living in our town centres has got to be part of that. We do know that where people live in the town centres, where there's some sort of oversight and where the town centres are not given over to people who've had alcohol or antisocial behaviour, where there are all generations of people enjoying the town in the evening, that town thrives much better. And actually I commend the Brighouse Town Board for taking a look in their bid for the government money to look at living in the town centre. To come on to the last bit of your point about Greenfield. But let me just mention something about conversion. There have been, under permitted development rules, you are able to convert office blocks into very small flats accommodation. And you think about the fire risk, the living quality, the lack of decent space in those things. I don't think that's the direction we would want to go to in terms of our office blocks, particularly in Halifax. I think we want to look at other solutions to how people live good quality lives in our town centres. But to come on to the last point you made, actually the principle in the local plan you will see in the introduction is green belt last. That's a guiding principle within our local plan in Calderdale. But thank you. There is a lot to do. There's a lot to get on with, really.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Scullion, and my apologies to Councillors Whitaker and Bellinger. We are out of time, so there isn't time for your questions this evening. So now, members, I propose that we take a 15-minute break to a comfort break and to refresh our mugs of tea or whatever. So I will see you back here at 20:46. Thank you very much, members. See you shortly. Welcome back, members. Thank you for the short break. I think it was much needed, and certainly I'm seeing lots of mugs, so I'm guessing everybody's paid a quick trip to the kettle. I know I certainly have. So we continue with the meeting now, and it's item 11. And this is to appoint members and substitute members as necessary to serve on scrutiny boards and panels and council committees. I know there are not any specifics listed on the council order papers, but given the sad death of Councillor Greenwood, this means that there are some vacancies. So I'll pass over to you, Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to propose Councillor Ashley Evans to take up what was Marilyn's place on the Adult Health and Social Care Scrutiny Panel, and Councillor Amanda Parsons-Hulse to take up her place on the Flooding Scrutiny Panel.
Thank you for that, Councillor Baker. Can I see all those in favour, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, members. And any against?
That's less than, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. That's carried. Thank you for that, Councillor Baker. It's a sad task that, yes, it was anyway. Okay, so item number 12 then is to appoint representatives as necessary to serve on outside bodies. Are there any changes that need to be made at this stage? There are none listed on the order paper. Okay, I see you shaking your head. Thank you, Councillor Baker. That's fine. Item 13 then, to answer questions asked by members of the council under Council Procedure Rule 13. I believe there are none. Can you confirm, Mr. Hughes?
There are none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So now we get to item 14. Is to consider the following motions under Council Procedure Rule 14. There are amendments to both motions, so I will try and get the order of what I'm doing correct, because we haven't had amendments for a little while. So firstly, we will go to Councillor Evans to introduce his motion on tackling household waste and recycling collection problems. Over to you, Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues will be very much aware that problems with waste collection and disposal are a major item in terms of ward work. They always have been, but they have certainly increased in the last 12 months, with more people working from home and young people not being able to go to school, which has obviously increased the amount of household waste that is being generated. Saying this, it is not as if this has happened suddenly. It's something which has been growing over the period of the pandemic, and we are all aware of it. So it's not happened in the last month or two. It's not happened in the last 6 months. It's been happening over a 12-month period. In saying this, I'll be the first to say that the collection crews employed by contractors and council clean-up crews have been working hard during the period. However, it would appear that the service is no longer adequately resourced. The volume has increased, but it would appear the capacity has not. I'm sure that I am not the only councillor who is experiencing an exponential increase in a number of calls explaining about missed collections, followed by the promise to catch up, and then those not taking place. One quote from many emails and texts received reads, "We have not had our waste collection since Christmas." And this was on the 14th of January. Think on it. Not surprisingly, myself and my colleagues are also getting more reports of rats and other vermin increasing in numbers, literally feeding on the detritus which is being left lying around. Furthermore, fly tipping is a problem at times, but problems with waste collection only contribute to more of this antisocial activity, which has an impact on our communities and our environment, which in turn raises environmental health issues. Requests for proactive action on this problem have largely gone unanswered, and I have been asking for the deployment of mobile CCTV in fly tipping hotspots for a long time without any success so far. I think it is also particularly pertinent to point out that the issues raised frequently have a disproportionate impact on those living in the poorer parts of the borough. So this motion is asking Cabinet to recognise and accept the problems outlined, as they are not going to go away sometime soon, particularly given the COVID situation. So in our motion, we are asking that Cabinet puts in place adequate plans to cope with the increased waste being generated from people staying at home during the coronavirus restrictions, that it puts in place a plan to tackle the increasing vermin and tipping problems, and that the leader of the council pledges not to impose further cuts or reductions in this service. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Baker, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to second this motion. You know, we all appreciate what a difficult this has been for the authority, and the workers going out there and collecting the actual waste themselves have done an amazing job on the front line during the pandemic. And I think it is really important that we do note, alongside workers in the NHS and the police and other essential frontline services, the people out there collecting our waste is one of the most essential jobs. Without that, then you see how quickly problems start to mount up. And unfortunately, we've experienced that in recent weeks, where the kind of bad weather has really tipped over what was already creaking. And the reason for this is simply there is more waste going through the domestic streams at the moment because people aren't going to cafes, aren't going to pubs, so they're generating more waste at home. So there has been a need from when the first lockdown started last March through to now to increase the capacity in the service to deal with that situation. And I fully understand, funding is tight and that is a difficult thing to do, but I think it is something that has to be done as an essential frontline services that people rely on. And unfortunately, we are getting more reports of rats and vermin that come along with them additional health risks. I was chatting to a pest controller in my ward, in Worley Ward. He was saying he used to work for the council, he doesn't anymore. And now there's more rats than ever in Halifax and across the borough, and he can't get enough work because he's just inundated with calls for rats and vermin. So it is also a public health issue. We tend to think about public health with just things like obesity, but actually vermin and litter and detritus and its impact on people's well-being and its impact on their mental health living in an environment like that is a significant public health issue, as well as just an issue around cleanliness and good hygiene. And unfortunately, time and again, we do scrutiny reviews on this, we do motions on it, we do questions on it. Nothing seems to change. In December, I thought, well, can I kind of do something proactively myself as a ward councillor? So I emailed officers saying, well, can I go, my request for an anti-fly tipping sign had been refused. I said, can I go and put some signs up on lampposts in hotspots? And I didn't even get a reply to my email. And if that's the type of service I get as a councillor, then what kind of service are the public getting? And I think we know what kind of service they're getting, because our inboxes have been absolutely flooded with problems with waste collections. And it's not just that people, it's snowing one day and they get a miscollection. People can understand that. It's that they then get told it's going to be collected on another day. They put the waste out, then it isn't collected. And then suddenly a collection will come and it wasn't announced properly. I mean, I had the email service that Councillor Lynn's was promoted earlier, and I had collections that appeared that I didn't get emailed about. And then when I got emailed to put my waste out, I put it out and it wasn't collected. So for those services to work, it needs to have the extra resources in it. And I do wonder, if the people who are collecting all the commercial waste, whether we could have got some of that capacity to help out with local authorities. And I think certainly the government also has a responsibility here for not providing extra funds and helping get those people who've been furloughed in commercial waste streams and commercial waste vehicles, helping out local authorities their domestic waste. So I do think there is also some responsibility here on the Conservative government not to have sorted out some of this stuff and helped local authorities enough. So really what we're asking for, look, we know there's problems, there's problems, and I'm sure you're doing your best. We're asking that you go away and have a think about this as a cabinet and see if you can put a bit of effort, come up with a new cabinet plan to tackle the waste and fly tipping problems. We're very happy to work with you on this plan. We're happy for it to be picked up again by a scrutiny panel first before it goes to cabinet.
Sorry,
that's what our motion. I'm out of time, so I'll just conclude this sentence. But that's what our motion tonight is asking for another bit of work so you can really tackle this problem.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Now, I believe we have an amendment. So would the proposer of the amendment like to go ahead, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment. The amendment set out, it's basically delete the existing motion and replace with the motion which was circulated earlier today. And the reason for this is that we think this motion, that the amended motion better reflects the concerns of residents over miscollections and recent disruptions, but also reassures residents that Calderdale Council do recognise the importance of waste and recycling collections to them, and that it records accurately the situation and the steps that have already been taken by Calderdale Council and the waste and recycling contractor Suez to respond to those to the issues that are being referred to. And it also reflects comments made by Councillor Swift earlier in the meeting in that it touches on the issue of fly tipping, which, as the motion says, is a criminal offence and cannot be excused, and talks about what action Calderdale is taking to deal with that, which includes the fact that Calderdale have already obtained 5 mobile CCTV cameras, which can be placed in locations where there is a particular problem with fly tipping. Just in relation to some of the comments, it's also suggested that capacity has not increased. Well, the motion notes the fact that in 2 further recycling vehicles have been located and are now going to be brought into service to assist with the recycling collections. And I think the motion, the amended motion, deals with the assertion that nothing ever seems to change. I think the motion makes it clear that actually Calderdale and Suez have been working very hard to make sure that things do change, and are going to carry on working very closely together to try to deal with things like missed collections towards the end of the week and how to better deal with those. And so when Councillor Baker condescendingly says, go away and do better, this motion, the amended motion, makes it clear that Calderdale already have been working behind the scenes to do everything possible to deal with any issues that are arising around miscollections, and to ensure that people are able to get their waste and recycling collected when they are due to do so. But we must all, as Councillor Baker has said, accept that on some occasions systems simply get overwhelmed, and when there is prolonged bad weather, it is impossible to produce the capacity that can catch up on some occasions, or catch up within less than a few weeks. So I'd like to propose that amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dacre. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lynn, I believe.
Yes, I'd like to second the amendment and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lynn. Okay, so we now go to any members who wish to speak on the amendment, please. I've seen Councillor Press's hand first. Please go ahead, Councillor Press.
Sorry about that slight delay, Madam Mayor. I had to switch devices because my iPad was running out of juice. Anyway, you don't really want to know that. It's extremely dull. Yeah, well, obviously I support the amendment. So I support the amendment because I think it's really disappointing that, having had a constructive conversation right at the start of the meeting, where, you know, the Liberal Democrat group were given assurances by Councillor Lynn. A lot of it is outlined in the amendments. They said they accepted the unprecedented pressure that we've been under. They were also accepting of the fact that we've been working closely with Suez to address the undoubted issues which people have had. And yeah, it does go back. It goes back a long time, but our officers have been monitoring and reviewing and doing their best to work with the waste and recycling crews. And yes, we even had a big PR campaign a couple of 2 years ago. And at the end of the day, the community has to help us as much as we have to help the community, because this is a national problem. It's not Calderdale specific. I think it would be really, really helpful. And I trust that all these reports of vermin and so on are going to the appropriate officers. Because, you know, if there is some kind of plague of vermin and stuff, then we do need to know about every single example, and I'm sure ward councillors are doing that, so I would be interested to hear the figures on that. Yeah, I welcome the amendment. I think it's been put in a spirit of cooperation and an acknowledgement that things need to be done, but I think as we've already kind of had this discussion earlier on, so I hope the amendment is passed, because I obviously will support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Prest. Councillor Baker, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to speak against the amendment, and the main reason is it actually removes the requirement of the cabinet or administration to really do anything on this problem, other than just say we're going to continue to work with officers. And what we're trying to do here is represent the views of residents who feel very strongly that what is happening at the moment is not a good enough service, and they want to see a substantial change and improvement to that service. So just saying we're going to carry on doing more, you know, of what we have been doing, it isn't really good enough. I mean, Councillor Prest says we should report it to officers, yet when we report it to officers, we don't get a reply. I reported, you know, the issue about wanting to put up some fly tipping signs, didn't get emailed. Councillor Prest then tells Liberal Democrat members and parish councillors that actually they should report things to ward councillors. So what are we meant to do? Are we meant to report it to ward councillors or to officers? I mean, and when we report things, things don't get sorted. That's why we have brought the motion here tonight, because we are inundated with residents telling us this is a problem. You can't just say that you're working on it and that's good enough, because it's not good enough. People in Calderdale are totally fed up with the poor service they're getting from this council and this administration, with their waste collections, with fly tipping. They're fed up of living on streets where they see rats running outside, but they have to bring up their kids alongside fly tipping that's dumped. If any councillor doesn't believe me that this isn't a problem, I will happily take you on a tour around some of the grot spots that exist in Pelham, that exist in bits of Todmorden, that exist in other parts of the borough, where this administration has failed to tackle the problems. So that's what we're asking. We're saying, do a cabinet paper. Let's have some actual more proaction on it. Let's actually do something that can change and improve people's lives. And don't just pat yourself on the back and say you're doing it already, because it's not good enough. So please, I'd urge members to vote against this amendment that removes the requirement of the cabinet to actually do something about it.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Next, I have Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really, just to respond to some of the specifics in this proposal, there's a reference to bad weather as being an issue. Of course, it's an issue, but we had similar problems in a really sunny summer last year. It's not just over Christmas where it's been a problem. It's ongoing, it's consistent, it's building as an overall issue. There's a reference to fly tipping being a criminal offence. We know it is, but nobody's being taken down as a result of it. We're not naming and shaming these people. We're not finding these people. We're not really doing anything about them. There's a reference to CCTV. We sorted CCTV. I've been asking for CCTV in grot spots for months and months and months. I was asking for it this week and still nothing happens about it. Where are these 5 CCTV cameras? Let's use them, for goodness sake. We need to catch people doing things and make an example of them so that fewer people are less likely to do it. I think this is just wishy-washy waffle without anything specific new being done. It really is not an appropriate response to what was a really thought through proposal which the Liberal Democrat group put forward. We need to do something more specific rather than just making specious and general statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Next I have Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would agree that there were particular problems in the weeks after Christmas of collections not being made both for household waste and recycling. But I've, speaking to the officers involved, they did manage to resolve these reasonably fairly quickly by taking the measures that have been outlined with taking on board two additional recycling wagons and 3 additional drivers to man their rotas. And the problems were sorted out over a period of a long weekend. So they've also promised to address the problems of a tendency for collections to be missed missed collections towards the end of the week, then being put back to the end of the following week, with all the inconvenience and distress that causes. I would also like to say, so I believe that they are being responsive and have been, and certainly have been over the last few weeks. I would also say in response to Councillor Evans' suggestions that mobile CCTV is not being used, that the ones in central Halifax certainly have been in use constantly since they arrived within the borough, and their allocation is discussed at the Safer, Cleaner, Greener meetings every month or so. So my experience has been entirely different from his, so I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Next I have Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to speak about actually more about the fly tipping. It is a major problem, certainly in my ward, North Arran Shelf. The residents up there do help us a great deal to try and reduce fly tipping. As soon as they see something, they inform us of it. And I've got to say that Mark Spencer and his team, who cover North Arran Shelf, do an excellent job in clearing it up as quickly as possible, which is also a deterrent, because if it's just left there, it's just a magnet for others to tip it as well. So I'd like to thank Mark especially and his team. But Councillor Caffrey on a number of occasions has actually delved into some of the rubbish and pulled out proof and evidence of where the waste came from. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think there hasn't been any prosecutions. And I just wonder how many people have been prosecuted by the council fly tipping. If you could inform me. I appreciate you may not have the answer to hand, but I would like that as soon as possible, please.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Next I have Councillor Megan Swift.
I think I'm all right now. Sorry about that. I think I want to be very clear on one thing, that Councillor Baines didn't, but we're having certain people speaking as though they feel sorry for fly tippers. Well, no, I don't feel sorry for them, because we live in a nice area, Calderdale, and they should be proud of whoever's doing it, of where they live. But then I suppose you go a few roads over and drop it into somebody else's thing. We've already asked for numbers of enforcement, and I'm sure we can chase that up and send it round everybody. But following Christmas, we do know people struggled. But one of the worst struggling was Boothtown. And I've just been on the Boothtown Facebook thing, which says, big thank you to all the lads who emptied the rubbish, both types today in Boothtown. As all side roads not easy to walk on. Cheers, guys. So, you know, it's working somewhere. And they do need to be given a lift. You know, it's not our drivers and things that are wrong. It's the people who are making a mess with the fly tipping. But, you know, I was relieved to know that we have put extra resources in not long after Christmas, because it made catching up easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift. Next, I have Councillor Carter, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not really completely against either of these things going through, which one, but I do really take exception to the fact that there is a conception that it is not anybody's fault. I think it's time we recognise that there is something wrong, and by getting 2 more pieces of equipment and large pieces of machinery to boot, if you're looking at the wagons, and 3 extra employees, how on earth is that being done by CETA under the contract that they've currently got? That's the bit I don't understand. You know, we've got a contract with them that they do a certain role. Now, if the waste has gone up and they've a lot more to do, and they require extra resource, how is that fitting with the current contract that we've got with them for delivering a service that we've specified under a contract arrangement at a contract price? These wagons are not tuppence halfpenny. These wagons are many thousands of pounds. They can't just come up with these willy-nilly out of fresh air. So it is a bit of a concern for me that that is happening. But additionally, I would like to say that I think there are different experiences in different parts of the ward and different parts of the borough. And I know for a fact that the recycling crew starting Ripondale on a Monday morning, the amount of stuff that they've been having to clear for recycling, and I know they've had loads to clear, by the end of Monday, in fact, by Monday early afternoon, they're a day behind. This hasn't just been going on for a few weeks. There's people around here that have not had recycling on a day that they should have for weeks and weeks and weeks. I've worked with Jo Barker and I work with her and ring her whenever I know there's a problem. I am on various WhatsApp pages, so I pick it up all the time. Kebroyd today has been absolutely on fire. It's Wednesday, we still haven't had recycling done again. What is the point? And then when they come on a Sunday morning, I get another load of grief because they've gone on a Sunday morning at 7 o'clock. Can't we ever have a lie-in? You know, I mean, there are issues around this, and there are issues around vehicles. There are issues around parked vehicles, and the topography around here and the width of the streets and the roads are not very conducive to trying to get stuff collected. I think there needs to be a root and branch look at how we operate in the borough, and you can't make one size fit all. And I'm not criticising the operatives, they do a fantastic job. I am not criticising them at all. I am not criticising our staff either and the people who manage the service. But I think there needs to be a recognition that you can't just say that we don't do anything about it. This has happened, that's happened, and we're not doing anything else. There needs to be a little bit more
thank you.
Cognizance taken because of the issues that our residents are getting. And
thank you, Councillor Carter. Thank you. Sorry, your time was up. Next, I have Councillor Audrey Smith, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to back up what a lot of people have said already, just the fact that I think that they are very responsive. I'm a Friday collection, so we've had 3 weeks without getting our rubbish collected, but they have responded and they have made an effort to try and, you know, get extra people out and sort the rubbish and the recycling. Also, fly tipping. I wonder what the solution is. I don't think the solution is just cameras seeing people do it. I think that you're right, we do need enforcement, but where does that money come from when we've got very little in the budget? And the other thing is that we are looking at at transforming the service. The fly tipping, like Councillor Baines said, if you phone them up, they go out right away, and they're looking to join up with highways so they can be even more responsive. I mean, there are huge things underway to try and make the service better. So I am supporting the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Next, I have Councillor Robinson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I must admit, there's been a lot of fly tipping in the Hipholm and Lightcliffe ward, to my incredible dismay. However, admittedly, the council and Mark Spencer's team, as Councillor Baines has noted, has actually been incredible. And the council have been incredible at removing the fly tipping. I don't know if that's because of the sheer quantity of emails that I send the team. I'm not sure if that works, but the council's response has been very good. I also agree with Councillor Megan Swift, actually, that I've got absolutely no sympathy for fly tippers at all. They must be prosecuted, and I think that's something that's lacking in the motion and the amendment, possibly a bit of a hard-nosed approach when it comes to enforcement. Just to touch on the fly tipping cameras that have been mentioned, and I know one of the problems with the fly tipping cameras is actually they've got to be hardwired into the environment, and therefore we actually need to look, and indeed I have been looking at this with officers, battery-powered alternatives to make them easier to locate in our environment. But look, my view, councillors and Madam Mayor, is that we need an enforcement strategy. We need a tough enforcement strategy. We need to send out a message to these fly tippers that say that rubbish will not be tolerated in Calderdale. We need to be hard-nosed, and we need to send a message out to the fly tippers to say that the iron fist of the council will come down on anyone who blights our environment. That is my approach. We need to be crystal clear on that. Let's not make up any excuses for these fly tippers, and let's get the message out. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. Next, I have Councillor Bellinger, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How can I follow that, Councillor Robinson? Living in a semi-rural area, I get my fair share of fly tipping as well, and it is a bugbear. It is frustrating for me and as well as the residents. We do need to be tougher on these companies who are going round and removing rubbish from people's gardens for a quick buck. We need to ensure that all these companies are registered with us, and at the end of the day they have some kind of license or something that they have to show to the person who they are collecting rubbish from. That way it does put ownership then on the person who's actually hired these people to take away the rubbish. We need to be tough. We need to be firm on these people and not just let any Tom, Dick and Harry go around with a white van collecting rubbish off people's drives and dumping it in the nearest beauty spot. So I'd like to see us get tougher, and I'd also like to see any enforcement, any action that's been taken to any of these people to be publicised as well, to show people that we actually mean business, that we're not going to tolerate this, and we are going to find you and we are going to fine you. And it's all about working smarter, not harder at the end of the day. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bellinger. Okay, so I now go. Is there anybody else wishing to speak on the amendment? I'm not seeing anybody indicating. So I now go back to the mover of the original motion, which is Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think mostly I would just like to confirm our respect for the collection crews and the officers' response to fly tipping. It's just that nothing really happens to stop the process. It's a problem. It's not just about Christmas, as a lot of this reference to in the alternative proposal is being put. It's not Christmas. Yes, okay, we had snow and ice and things, and that makes life difficult. But as I said in my initial presentation, that it is happening years and years, and particularly in the last 12 months. And summertime, we don't have frost and snow, and there was still a problem. I think that the proposal is blaming it on the wrong people. We're talking about CCTV here. It's not being used. Yes, I was talking about mobile TV. Councillor, one of the councillors pointed out that it is being used. It's being used around town. Well, it's certainly not happening in Worley, and I've been trying to get it done for 6 months or more in Worley. TV to catch people. Whether it's being done or not, it's not enough. And whatever's being proposed in this particular alternative is not enough. It's more about congratulations and saying everyone, and we'll buy another vehicle. It's not, whatever it is, it's not doing the job. It's a constant and growing problem, and we're going to have it for the next 6, 9, 12 months as well, and it's going to carry on, and we're still going to get more and more flight of it. We've got to do something about it. It's made.
Sorry, Councillor Evans, we are losing you. Your connection is broken up to the point where we can't hear what you're saying. Thank you, Councillor Evans. I'm sorry, we lost your we lost you to the point where we couldn't hear what you were saying, but I think we got the gist. So thank you. Go ahead. No, we still can't hear you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Evans. Now I go to the proposer of the amendment, which is Councillor Dacre, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to come back on some of the points that have been made, and say that I don't think the amended motion is at all wishy-washy. It's quite precise, it's quite clear in what has been done and what is going to be done. In relation to the cameras, I've certainly sat in my Safer, Cleaner, Greener meetings for the last 2 or 3 meetings where we have been asked every time, where do we want our share of this camera to go? So I'm not quite sure why that isn't happening for you, Councillor Evans.
Not a Labour ward, probably.
In terms of, no, I'm sorry, there is a camera allocated to each, or the cameras allocated to all of the Safer, Cleaner, Greener areas. It is not done on a political basis. It's done on basis of Safer, Cleaner, Greener teams. And I'm sorry, it just is. In terms of prosecutions, I think everybody of fly tippers, everybody will know from anything that you've read in national press about this, they are notoriously difficult, even when there is what appears to be identifying material within them, partly because often the source of the material may have entered into some sort of contract, as has been suggested by Councillor Bellinger, completely innocently. The position at the moment is that we do have a live case for fly tipping, but what enforcement are seeking to do is, when they can't find the evidence to fly tip, they're seeking to prosecute people for failing to comply with a statutory duty to provide information. So it's an offence similar to the one you get if you've been driving or when there's been an offence in a car and you get sent a notice saying, you know, give information about who was driving this car, and it's an offence not to do your best to provide that notice. And there are some pending cases of that nature, which can be slightly easier to prove than necessarily proving who actually did the tipping. And so that's the position with that. Finally, just in terms of, Councillor Carter noted, she made a valid point that it is extremely difficult to alter the number of vehicles or how the collections are organised when you are in the middle of a contract with another company. And that's why it is actually so crucial and not at all a wishy-washy action for council officers to be working so closely with Suez to try to ensure that we're both pulled together to do everything we possibly can within the terms of the current contract to provide the best possible service. And I think my motion also, the amended motion also makes it entirely clear that we do accept that these problems have been going on longer than Christmas. It refers specifically to issues that were developing during the pandemic. So I hope that Council will feel able to support this amended motion. Oh, just finally to say that in addition, of course, community safety wardens do now often wear body cameras, and that can assist sometimes in gathering evidence. So that's another string to the council's bow at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dacre. Now we go to Councillor Tim Swift, please, for his response as Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be fairly brief and urge Council to support the amendment. I think the debate has ended up really kind of with two quite separate strands to it, one about fly tipping and one about the waste and refuse collection. And and there are probably different actions with each. I think Councillor Dacre set out quite well some of the frustrations in trying to get prosecutions, and certainly I'd be very happy to see more prosecutions if we can find ways of collecting the evidence, and that is always challenging. Perhaps we should have another look at the number of cameras and see if there's opportunities for more. I'm not clear without checking exactly what the costs involved are on this, and if as Councillor Robinson says, there are ways of doing that more efficiently which don't involve mains wiring, that's something we should explore before. I should say I'm aware that at least one location in Townward 2 or 3 years ago a camera was used and it was stolen by the people who were fly tipping, which is not fantastically helpful either. So there are also issues about how you make sure that these hidden cameras really are, I guess. I think the points really have been well made. The amendment sets out that things are actually being done. I'm afraid that Councillor Evans' motion is rather a something should be done motion, and recognising that actually the immediate pressure is how we respond to increased levels over the next few months. I think that securing 2 additional vehicles and the appropriate staffing for that is actually a pretty substantial response. So I'm a bit surprised to find people saying that that's not adequate. Councillor Evans seems to be saying somebody should draw up a plan. Well, actually, no, I think we should get on and do things. And in terms of the discussions with Suez, I'm aware particularly, I think it's about those arrangements for catch-up, which, as Councillor Carter's comments earlier indicated, as others have said, does seem to fall unfairly sometimes, where it does seem to be particular days of the week or particular areas where there's a consistent problem, and seeing whether working a little bit differently with the rounds will help with that would also be useful. Don't think of anything more to add. Oh, I would also say I notice in the chat Councillor Baines asking about numbers. I think that would be helpful to share. I think you should also use site. There are other things that have happened. I'm aware that I think at least on one occasion through the road safety campaign, the name of which escapes me at the moment, I think we've also been able to identify on at least one occasion a van that was being used for tipping without having the appropriate licenses, and in that case the vehicle can be seized. And certainly personally I'd be very pleased if we could see more of that as well, because quite a lot of the fly tipping, particularly in the more rural areas, it's quite clear is being done by businesses and on a semi-commercial basis. It's not simply a case of somebody taking a couple of sacks of rubbish. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swift. We now move to the vote on the amendment. So this is the first of several. So as Ian has put in the chat, for the vote, can all cameras be switched on, please? And please hold your hand up clearly and remain muted so that the screens remain stable. It has been very difficult for Ian to count when the screens are jumping all over the place. So we will move to the vote now. So we are voting on the amendment. So can I see all those in favour, please?
Members, if you use the raise hand function, then I'm sorry, but you start bouncing all over the screen. So if you could put your videos on, please, and just put your hand up, and then the screens remain stable. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, members. And now can I see all those against, please? So we're voting on the amendment.
I'm just lowering the hands, Madam Mayor, from previously. That's less than, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So the amendment is so the amendment is carried, and that becomes now the substantive motion. Okay, so get this right. So are there any further amendments at this stage? I'm not seeing any indication of such. Therefore, we will now vote on the substantive motion. So all those in favour, please show.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, members, and all those against, please.
That's less than, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, members. So the substantive motion is carried. Okay, right, that's great. I think I managed to get everything in the right order, so I'm quite pleased about that. So let's try, see if I can do it twice, and we'll now have the debate on the second motion. So this is the motion submitted by Councillor Wilkinson. So Councillor Wilkinson, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to just start by saying thank you to all our schools, colleges and early years providers who've gone above and beyond during this pandemic. To say it's been challenging and a stressful time for them would be a huge understatement. I've visited some of our schools during the pandemic and spoken to teachers, and the commitment to what they do really is commendable. There's been a lot of debate throughout the pandemic about when schools should or should not be fully open. And unfortunately, it's become a somewhat polarised debate at times, when actually there's finely balanced judgments to be made, taking into account multiple factors that affect the health and well-being of pupils, staff and the wider community, and in the case of pupils, their future life chances. Whilst the latest peak in infections and the new strains of the virus have made school closures absolutely necessary, we should be really concerned about the unequal and long-term damage that learning losses are likely to have on the nation's children. Throughout this pandemic, children have been the least affected group of the population in terms of ill health and death. Up to the end of last month, there had been 28 deaths from COVID-19 in children in the UK. And whilst every death is a tragedy, when you put that into context of over 100,000 people dying nationally, you can see the figures are very low. But despite this, children have been one of the most impacted groups, both in terms of their everyday lives and certainly their futures. They're shouldering a disproportionate amount of the burden of the pandemic in terms of their education, health, well-being and relationships. And in many cases, there'll be lifelong impacts. Those that learn less will know less when they start work, and they'll therefore earn less. And all the evidence shows it's the most disadvantaged pupils that are suffering the most. exacerbating educational inequalities. There are multiple and complex reasons why this is the case, but one of them has been the lack of access to IT equipment and broadband. Now, this lack of laptops was understandable at the start of the pandemic. No one was expecting it, so we could cut the government a little bit of slack. But we're now almost a year into the pandemic, in our third national lockdown, and we still have, at the last count, over 500 pupils in Calderdale alone still without any access to an IT device. 1.6 million children were without nationally at the start of this latest lockdown. In the first week of term in January, schools were told to reopen, only for the government's position to change again after just one day in the classroom. And at that point, our local schools tried to order the laptops they desperately needed, but many were sent an auto-response email saying they might have to wait several weeks. One local school alone was waiting on 171 laptops. So as a council, we've been doing what we can to push the DfE to get those laptops to our schools, but we've also looked at what we could do locally to help. You'll recall the Never Hungry Again campaign that we ran with the Community Foundation in order to tackle child hunger when the government refused to fund free school meals in the holidays. Because that campaign was such a success, we quickly linked up with the Community Foundation again and the Valley Learning Partnership to put together a very similar fundraising campaign. And I'm pleased to say we've now had donations of over £50,000, which is fantastic. The latest very generous donation yesterday was of £10,000 from the Teachers Union, the Calderdale NEU. Now, in effect, this means that we're now basically seeing local teachers themselves having to put their hands into their pockets to fund laptops for their own pupils. And whilst I'm proud of the fact that we're stepping in once again as a council where the government has failed our vulnerable children, we really shouldn't have to be relying on the charity and generosity of teachers and the general public to fund these laptops just so our children can learn. So I move this motion to thank all those who've helped us out, but also to make the point that the DfE really needs to get its act together and resolve that as a council we keep pushing them to do so. And just finally, I'd like to just acknowledge that this is just one of the many, many reasons that there is a learning and attainment gap between the most disadvantaged and the rest. And that as we look to recover from the pandemic, we must harden our resolve to tackle that gap. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Okay, to second the motion, I have Councillor Redrun, please.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And in seconding this motion, let's say we have no more serious responsibility than the provision of education places for all our children. And in the current pandemic, access to education is not just about a school place, it's about access to digital learning. This is an issue of basic access to the curriculum, and the minimum requirement is a laptop and connectivity. Failure to provide digital access is a failure to meet the requirements of education provision, a failure that falls on our most vulnerable children. It may have been understandable in the first lockdown, but we have had 11 months to learn the lessons, but a national digital strategy seems no closer. We've seen the decline in pupils' learning. Months without access has meant previous learning lost. We've seen that while some prestigious private schools, for example, Manchester Grammar School, could offer 100% digital curriculum access in lockdown 1, a typical state school could only offer a third because they're still teaching vulnerable children and children of key workers, because they're meeting multiple challenges, including digital shortages. And the gap between the haves and the have-nots is growing wider. These 500 children affected by a laptop shortage is an avoidable scandal, but I would suggest this is the tip of the iceberg. I've been teaching online ESOL classes in a neighbouring authority, and what I've often seen is families, perhaps 2 or 3 children, crowded around one single computer, whilst mum or dad's trying to follow their ESOL class on their phone, and doing their best to encourage and support their children in spite of this digital shortage. We are a wealthy country and we can and must do better. With amazing voluntary sector, I really applaud the efforts of the Community Foundation and the Valley Learning Partnership, but this is not Victorian England. It is not before the 1870 Education Act. Education is not a charity, it's a national public service. The gap between the rich and poor, haves and have-nots, is widening and it may never close. We need to call on the DFE to address this digital shortage before it's too late, before children fall further behind and their life chances are irreparably damaged. I second this resolution.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rivron. I believe we have an amendment, and to move the amendment we have Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I first say that we agree with many of the gracious and kindly comments that have been made in this original motion. And we share in our amendment many of those comments unchanged. Of course, we thank the Community Foundation for Calderdale and the Valley Learning Partnership. Yes, we thank our teachers and school community. Yes, we thank and praise the public-spirited and community-minded people of Calderdale, who have indeed offered to help and dig deep to donate their own money for local children. But where we had to draw the line in going along with this motion was suddenly raising in very strong terms condemnation of the government, and it says for its failure to tackle, condemnation for failure to tackle. Let me just take you back a moment on the last issue. Councillor Tim Swift, on the last item, referred to our council's pretty substantial response in justification for where we are with the fly tipping and so on. Now, the government has to be commended for what it's done. It's put in, we've put the numbers in our amendment, that 1.3 million devices have been provided. £400 million has been set aside. And just to use Tim Swift's expression, that's a pretty substantial response. And I think it's cruel to say that this council, and thereby the people in Calderdale, condemn the government. That's a broad statement with no foundation. Our figures taken today from trusted sources tell us that central government commitment to what has been able to do for pupils and students here in Calderdale is 1,290 devices have been delivered or dispatched to the local authority for Calderdale maintained schools. Now that doesn't include the academy schools who have the supply given on a different basis. So this is a pretty substantial response. I would say it's a massive commitment in view of all of the other things that the government has to find funding for. And I love and adore children. It breaks my heart to see them without laptops, but it does demand additional action. Of course, we can always do more than government or indeed councils can sometimes do. But we just can't sit by and say that we condemn the government and we demand from the Department of Education as if they've done nothing at all to help with this problem that we all hope we can solve. And I do think that if this letter that is being proposed in the original motion seriously seeks to get more support from government, it goes about it in absolutely the wrong way. If you send a letter that is going to be asking for further support by condemning them for their actions, it's hardly likely to invoke the response that we all want. So our amendment changes the emphasis there. And we do agree we'll write to the Secretary of State for Education. And we do commend the work that they've done so far. And we do welcome any further assistance that they can give. And I would suggest that's got far more chance of getting a favourable response, which will help deal with the problem, than just throwing criticisms. And I think over-egged criticisms by a long way. To condemn anybody for anything is a horrible thing to say, and it's just not right. It's plain not right. So I and Sophie together and all of the Conservative group are putting forward this amendment for consideration this evening. And
thank you, Councillor Lee. That's your time up. Thank you very much indeed for your proposal of the amendment. Now we move to the seconder of the amendment, Councillor Whitaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have anything to add to that, so I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitaker. Okay, so as Ian has explained in the chat, the list being kept of those who we indicated to start with was to speak on the original motion. That will apply if the amendment falls. So some of you have indicated you wish to speak on the amendment if it is seconded, which it has been. So we will take those who have indicated that they wish to speak on the amendment and start with Councillor Fenton Glynn, please.
I mean, this amendment is troubling because it shows a complete lack of ambition for the children of Calderdale. The idea.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor. Councillor Fenton Glynn indicated on the original motion. It's Councillor Wilkinson who's indicated on the amendment.
Councillor Fenton Glynn has also indicated on the amendment.
I'm sorry, I've just spotted that on the chat. Yes, I wasn't reading high enough. My apologies.
No worries. Sorry, this amendment is not ambitious enough for the children of Calderdale. The idea that you would commend Gavin Williamson for the job that he's done after we've been in the pandemic for a year and charity had to step in to fill in the gaps that were left, the gaps in children's education and potential to learn. It shows lack of ambition. I mean, frankly, I think even his mother doesn't think he's done a good job this far. And just to give you an idea of what it looks like on the ground, I spoke to a teacher the other day and I mentioned that this motion was coming and they said, well, can you tell them about a kid in our school who asked me to send all the work at the start of the month because that's when there's credit on her mum's phone for her to download it. And then she can do the work then and try to post it off to me. That's the conditions that children are learning in. And that's the educational divide that's been created. And we knew this was going on for the long haul because, you know, we had continued case rates. We knew there was potential other options. And, you know, as a good Boy Scout knows, always be prepared. But we were totally unprepared for a second lockdown. We had people going back to school for a day just to spread the virus about a bit and then lock down again. And it's frankly not good enough. And I really could commend the work of the Community Foundation and Calderdale for the amount that we've stepped up. But I'm just disappointed that the Conservatives in Calderdale are so unambitious for our children. I expect better because I expect the best for the children of Calderdale.
Thank you, Councillor Fenton Glynn. Next I have Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be voting against this amendment, Madam Mayor. I appreciate we're in a pandemic, but it took the government 9 months to deliver 750,000 devices, and Ofcom estimated there were 1.7 million children still without at the start of January. So even if this amendment's correct and the government have delivered 240,000 devices since January, that's still about 1.5 million children without. which is just not good enough, I'm afraid. And some of the laptops that they did manage to deliver contained Russian spyware, and so have since had to be withdrawn and sorted out. You know, you're saying, where's the money come? You know, they've got all sorts of things, other things to pay for in this pandemic. You're right, they've managed to pay £2 billion into contracts for Tory donors. So they managed to find money for that, and they managed to find millions of pounds to throw at the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, which seems to have just actually made things worse rather than better. So why can they not afford to find money for laptops for disadvantaged children? But the thing I'm really struggling with this amendment is to write to the Secretary of State for Education to commend his work supporting schools. I mean, I'm sorry, but that really has to be a joke. This is the minister, the Secretary of State, that's overseen U-turn after U-turn on the free school meals issue, thanks to Marcus Rashford. U-turns on the reopening of schools. The exam grades fiasco last year, where thousands of students' grades were downgraded, and then they were as a U-turn, and they allowed teacher-assessed grades. U-turns over the wearing of masks. Several changes, sometimes more than several in a day, to the guidance that's gone out to schools that teachers have had to deal with at the last minute. A complete lack of guidance for schools when they had to start teaching remotely back in March. It just goes on and on. And as the leader has often said, I think Gavin Williamson must have a large file on the Prime Minister from his time as the Tory party whip, because that must be the only explanation as to why he's not already lost his job. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Next, I have Councillor Barnes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first, I'd like to thank Councillor Wilkinson for stealing half of my facts. So this will be a bit briefer than I originally planned. I think, like most things from the Conservative Party, this motion is long on rhetoric and short elsewhere. And the National Digital Strategy referenced by Councillor Rivron looks as far away as the government's plan on adult and social care. Oft promised, never seen. A few of the basic points. A promise of 500,000 laptops in January, delivery less than half that. And this ignores those without internet access and almost 1 million children who only have access on a mobile device. A recent survey identified that only 1 in 5 heads have been able to supply devices to pupils in need. 56% of the most deprived schools have not been able to help more than half those in need, compared, strangely, to under 40% of the most affluent. One questions where the delivery has been. And as this has been the case throughout the pandemic, the new strapline of the Conservative Party appears to be too little, too late. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Next, I have Councillor Rivron, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fairly briefly, I was rather disappointed with the comment, in view of all the other things government has to find funding for. Does suggest a pretty low priority for the funding of our children's futures. One thing I always say when anybody talks about the price of education is consider the price of ignorance. Failure to invest in our children's futures will mean some children never catching up, permanent or at least long-term damage to their life chances, consequent additional costs in terms of benefits for people out of work or insecure employment, additional services in social service, health service, sadly probably also the criminal justice system. This isn't only about providing, this basic access to education. It's investing in long-term futures, and it's investing to save in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rivron. Councillor Blackburn next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I need to declare an interest, actually. I'm a trustee of TLC Together for Looked After Children, a charity that looks after those in care. We've donated £10,000 to the virtual head. I must admit, the service has been extremely slow. The service has not been delivered yet. So actually there are some failings within the council departments not to help us deliver this particular project. So actually, you know, a lot of support has been provided. I'm very passionate about young people's education. I'm certainly a children and young people's scrutiny panel, and I will be the first one to say, actually, you know, to be critical of the government if I thought that was necessary. I think, you know, things have been put in place. I do believe our opposition have been, you know, there's been a lot of promoting of teachers not going back to school from the unions, and I do think that is an actual failure of the opposition parties. So that's my comments on this. I won't be I will be supporting the amendment rather than the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Are there any other councillors wishing to speak on the amendment? I'm not seeing any indication of that. So we now go to, as Councillor Wilkinson spoke during the debate, we can go straight to Councillor Lee, please, for his response.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think there was a lot of emotional stuff coming out there. To suggest for one moment that I, as a Conservative, care less than any of the Labour Party politicians here about disadvantaged children or poor children that don't yet have facilities to have a laptop operational is an insult. Of course I care. Of course my group cares. The government cares. You're very good, the Labour Party, at being precise about what should have happened as a retrospective analysis. You don't know anything about what might happen or what you would do in the circumstances had you been deciding. This is an immensely complex situation. I think, as Councillor Wilkinson said, nobody expected the third lockdown. Nobody expected the rapid changing nature of this bug, and it's horrible what's happening. None of it, of course we don't, but the response from the government has been a very, very good response. If the laptops could be magicked up right now, right, I'm sure that they would find the money to get them. They don't just come out of the ether. And Councillor Wilkinson was wrong with his figure earlier on. 240,000 have gone out since January. Before then, there's 1.3 million devices in total that have
point of order, Madam Mayor. That's what I agreed with you. That's what I said. But there was 1.7 million without in January, so that still leaves 1.5 million without.
Adam, where would you find why would you find the laptops now? Everybody in the Western world wants laptops. You're being ridiculous about supply and demand.
We're managing to find them in Calderdale through our Laptops to Learning campaign.
That's because many people, similar groups elsewhere, are doing the same thing. And don't imagine for one moment that all the benefactors are members of the Labour Party. Big businesses, capitalists, call them what you like, are some of the biggest providers of these devices. So don't start virtue signalling about laptops when it's so critically important to all of us that we get them in place as soon as possible. And to condemn the government is absolutely wrong of you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Whitaker, you reserve your right to speak. Would you like to speak at this point?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you then, Councillor Whitaker. Okay, so we move to Councillor Swift then, please. Councillor Tim Swift, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I guess there's two aspects to why we feel so strongly about the government's failures on delivering on the laptops and the home learning, and some of it reflects that wider frustration with the way in which the Secretary of State has managed and related to schools throughout this. If If the laptops was one specific particular issue that had gone wrong, and I'll come back to why it's gone wrong in a moment, then you might say fair enough. But as Councillor Wilkinson highlighted, we have consistently seen changes of direction, sometimes poor judgment in terms of the advice given, and that's put repeated pressure on schools to try and manage. My principal concern about where we are with laptops during the latest lockdown is that nothing was done after the first lockdown, because it was quite clear then that even when most children were returning to school, there were considerable numbers of children every week who were missing out because due to self-isolation at various times, they were having to work from at home, and that those were often struggling to keep up. So there needed to be a consistent plan throughout. It was then further complicated because it would appear that Gavin Williamson, particularly over the Christmas period, decided to make a battle over whether or not schools should continue or should switch to remote learning, rather than being guided by the clear advice. And hence we ended up with that ridiculous position where schools ended up going in for one day. I should say Councillor Blackburn is quite wrong to suggest that the opposition has consistently necessarily supported the view of the NEU on this. We've listened carefully to their concerns throughout at local level, as we've listened to the concerns of heads, as we've listened to concerns of people like the Children's Commissioner warning about the risk of children's being out there, not being in school. We've always recognised that this is a difficult balance between what's right in terms of public health and what's right for the children in the longer term. And more broadly, I think there is much more to say about what needs to be done to support children going forward. But I think the most important thing going forward is that it is quite clear that online learning and online access is going to be an increasing part of children's life and experience. And if we don't act to tackle the digital divide and take it seriously, then we will continue to see disadvantages grow. And I want reassurance that the government really does recognise that and is serious about it. And I'm not convinced that that fairly reflects the actions and performance of the current Secretary of State, which is why I support the wording in the original motion and not the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. So now we move to the vote on the amendment. So if all those in favour of the, as before, if everyone can please put their cameras on and don't use the hands up function because it makes everybody jump all over the place. Because all those in favour of the amendment, please show.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And all those against the amendment, please show.
That's more than, Madam Mayor, so the amendment falls.
Thank you. So the amendment falls. So we would have, I am able to invite those who wish to comment on the original motion at this point, but we are running out of time. So I need to go straight to Councillor Wilkinson to ask whether you wish it to be put straight to the vote at this point or carried over to next time, with apologies for those who have not had a chance to speak at this time.
I will go straight to the vote, please, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much then, Councillor Wilkinson. So we are now voting on the substantive motion, which is the original motion. So all those in favour, please show.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And any against, please?
That's less than, Madam Mayor, so the original motion succeeds.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for an interesting and very well held debate, members. I haven't had to channel my inner Jackie Weaver once, which is really quite something. Okay, so that's the end of the debates on item 14. We shall now move to item 15, comments on the work of scrutiny boards, panels and committees, and questions without notice to the chairs of scrutiny boards, panels and committees. Surprise me, members. Somebody ask a question. I'm guessing you all want your tea instead then. Okay, that's lovely. Okay, so there being no further business, we can now close the meeting, and I would like to thank members very much for their attendance tonight, and in particular for their tributes to Councillor Greenwood. That section of the meeting was very moving, and your comments and your contributions to that were very welcome. So thank you all members very much indeed, and I will see you for Budget Council. Take care and have a lovely evening. Thanks everybody. Good night.
Thank you,